Right. And now, hopefully, it is using the version that we are supposed to do, right? Yeah, it's somewhere reading out, right? Again, I'm gonna do minimize it out and start working of we'll start working, which is I was reading it from here, units of measurement. What exactly the units of measurement will go with that. And yeah, so, a measurement of the physical quantity involves comparison with certain basic, arbitrarily chosen, and internationally accepted references, standard called units, right? It's actually the result of measurement in the physical quantities is expressed by number. Basically, we say numerical measure accompanied by a unit. We can say there are numerous such as fundamental units, what are the derived units, and the system of units, right? So we'll know what exactly the fundamental units are there on. Say to describe something, we are supposed to know something, and for that, we'll definitely try to understand and we'll try to explore the world, right? Fundamental units for fundamental and base quantities are called fundamental units, and units that for all other physical quantities can be expressed in the combination of the base unit, which are fundamental units, and those units are called derived units, right? Such units obtained from obtained for the derived quantities, and that's why we call them derived units. Now we can say now the question will be what exactly then system units are, right? So here we have the answer to the same question also. What exactly the system units are? System units are basically okay, a complete set of these units. There are a complete set of units, both base units and the derived units is known as the system of the unit, right? Next to is basically what exactly the system of units, which is SI. Here we are going to know only SI about, I think. However, there are numerous other uh, internal systems units are present, right? So we'll go to run SI, which is the in earlier time, scientists of different countries were using different system of units to measurement, and three of these were CGS, FPS, and MKS, right? What exactly the CGS of the system of units is, and what is the other parties, other type of measurement units we'll try to understand. The base unit for length, mass, and time in this system are as follows. We basically call base units as in length, mass, and time. And the way we measure these units, like if you are measuring the length as in kilometer and mass and mass in kg and time in hour, so we call it in mm, meter, kilometer, kg, and seconds and meter, somewhere like that. So we'll try to understand these terms, and these terms, on the basis of this term, these categories are happening. It's open. So it's the in CGS system. They were centimeter, like we measure the length in centimeter, we measure mass into grams, and measure time into seconds. So it's a length, it's for mass, and this for time, right? In FPS system, we measure mass in the foot, we measure length in the foot, mass into pound, and time in second respectively. And in MK system, they were measured in the meter, kilogram, and second respectively. The system of unit, which is at represent present international accepted as the measure, it's the system international unit, which is French international system of the unit, right? French for international system of units, it abbreviated as an SI. SI is the modern form of a metric system and is world's most widely used system for the measurement. We call as an SI. With the SI with the standard scheme of symbols, units and abbreviations was developed and recommended by the General Conferences and Conference on Weight Mass in 1971 for the international uses in the scientific and technical, industrial and commercial. Right. So okay. Now we'll go what we'll try to understand, we'll try to know what exactly the base units and um derived units are, and what are their what exactly are their units out there, right? So we can say that because SI units uses decimal systems, right? Because SI units uses decimal system, a conversion within the system are quite simple and are convenient, because in daily life we use the decimal systems in our daily life consumption, right? Yeah, daily life uses. The seven SI, there are seven base or fundamental units are there, which are comprised of length, time. We measure length with the meter, time with the second. Amount of substance, we measure that amount of substance in the mole, right? And electric current, we measure current with the ampere. We measure temperature in the Kelvin, and luminous intensity, the measure in the candela, and the last one is the mass, which we measure in a kilogram. So I think the very first thing that came into my like my thinking, I thought that I know these words as in length, time, temperature, current, mass. But what exactly these are? What is the amount of substances in basic in fundamental unit, and what is luminous luminous intensity, right? So what is luminous intensity? And like in generally these two are not that much used for the general purpose of general people. So that's why I try to define get the definition of this amount of substance and the luminous intensity. So both the substance, the amount of substance and the luminous intensity are two base quantities, as in are two basic quantities. If this one is this and this one written is here, uh, for the of the seven base quantities in the international system of the unit. Let's try to understand what exactly these are and how we can identify or learn or them in quite easy manner, right? So amount of substance, I will try to define it is, and the amount of substance tells. So we can write it here in quite quite a little a bit font, chote chote font where we can write it. It says that The amount of substance, I'll write from here. The amount of substance tells us how many elementary particle, how many elementary particles are present in the sample of the matter, are present in the sample of the matter, right? These particles can be atoms, molecules, ions, electrons, or other particle. So the amount of substance as in SI units we can call as an the we identify the unit by which we measure it as a mole, right? The key idea is 1 mole contains exactly the particle of the 6.0221407 multiplied by 10 to the power 23 particles, and this number we call as an Avogadro's number, right? We call Avogadro that fruit. We call the what exactly the Avogadro number is. Avogadro number. So we can say that Avogadro number is the number is actually the numbers 1 mole contains the particle number of the particle 1 mole contain exactly, right? So what is the amount that is contains 6.0221407 into 10 to the power 23 particles, right? In 1 moles, right? Particle, right? Let's say an example, one more of the carbon has 6.022 into 10 to the power 23 carbon atoms, and 1 more mole has 1 mole of the water contains the same number of the water molecule. So amount of the substance we measure as in how many particles are the present in 1 mole of that, particle, right? Okay, now come to the luminous intensity. Luminous intensity measures how much visible light is emitted in a particular direction, right? How much, we can write it here as luminous intensity. We'll write it here. How much it measures, how much it measures how much visible light, visible light is emitted in a particular direction, right? And the unit of this ISI unit of this luminous intensity is as candela, which we define as in C, right? The simply meaning of this luminous intensity, we can say that it tells us how bright light source appears in the given direction. So in simple way, we can say, can write it here. In simple way, we can say that it tells us how bright light source appears in a given direction, right? I'll be back with, within few seconds of few minutes, right? Um, Hopefully it will be able to help. So, so, so if we try to get an example of it, a candle emits light of in all direction. The brightness of the light of that light is in one direction is measured with using candela. So if we can give an example of it, we can say that a candle emit light in all direction, right? And we say the brightness when it's finished of the candle candle's light in one direction is measured using candela, right? So this is something that we should go through. And next unit as this other than these seven base units, we have something unit that we call as an light year. So what exactly the light year is? The light year is a unit of length used to express astronomical distance and measures about 9.46 million kilometer, which is we can say 9.46 into 10 to the power 12 meters, kilometers, or 5.88 trillion miles, right? And exactly the parsecond, which the symbol of PC, is the unit of length used to measure large distance to astronomical object outside the solar system. A parsecond is defined as a distance. We can say here as a parsecond is defined as the distance at which one astronomical unit substance which one astronomical unit substance an angle of 1 arc second, which corresponds to 648,000 divided by pi astronomical unit per pi astronomical unit, and the 1 parsecond is equals to about 3.26 light years, or we can say 31 trillion kilometers, which is 31 into 10 to the power 12 kilometers, or 19 trillion miles, which is 19 into 10 to the power 12 miles, right? Now we'll try to know, we'll try to read some part of this page, which is titled as some application of third law of the motion, right? Some applications of the third law of the motion, and quick comparison. If you'll try to have quick comparison of this is amount of substance and the luminous intensity, as we can say amount of substance is the meaning of amount number of the particle in the matter. We unit we as a unit of this amount of substance is mole, whereas if we try to tell what is the luminous intensity, is the brightness of the light in one direction. We measure it with the candela, which we define as an CD, right? So in short, we can say amount of substance is the counts particle, and luminous intensity is the measured brightness of the light, right? So these are we till studied, we till be able to know what is the seven as a units of their or base units or fundamental units. And it says that a book lying on a table or a table lying on a room, while it will not change its position until external force acts on it. Right. So this is actually have some application of third law of the motion. Law, what is third law of the motion? Law of the motion, right? So third law of the motion says that for every action there is an equal and opposite reaction. This means that when one object exert a force on another object, the second object exert at equal force in opposite direction on the first object, right? Which is means simply explanation. We can say that force always occur in the pair. The two forces are equivalent in magnitude, opposite in direction, act in the different objects, right? Acts on the different object. We can say, if we will try to give an example of third law of the motion, we can say walking. When we walk, our foot pushes the ground backward, which is an action, and the ground pushes our foot in the forward, which is a reaction, right? And another example is the rocket launch. The rocket pushes the gas downwards, and the gas pushes rocket upwards. This principle is used in rocket like those developed in the NASA and the Indian Space Research Organization (ISRO). Right? There are some another example given in there. There's a book lying on the table, and the table lying in this room. That this table is lying in some room. It will not its position until I'll push. This will not change in its position until I'll push some force on it and will forcefully change this position, right? And another example is when we roll a ball on the surface, it comes to rest due to friction and voiced air resistance. If these forces do not oppose the motion of the ball, it will continue to uniform motion, if we say, right? So these were the example, and now we'll try to read this table out. And this table contains the fundamental this unit, right? And it's measuring the fundamental unit quantity. It contains quantity and measuring units, quantity, right? I'll be back. Next, keep continued. Okay. So next we were in mass. We measure length into meter, and we measure mass into kg. Unit of time is second. Unit of amount of substance is mole. Luminous intensity having the unit of the candela CD. Temperature with Celsius, Kelvin, and Fahrenheit. Electric current we measure it with amperes. Plane angle we measure it with the radian, and solid angle we measure it as an steradian. Frequency is measured by hertz. Work is measured by joule. Temperature relative to 270 73.15 kg is equals to 1 degree. And capacitance has measured at the farad. Radioactivity decay per unit per decay unit decay per unit time is becquerel becquerel as in BQ. So what is radioactivity? Measure radioactivity with becquerel. Equivalent dose of ionized radiation, observed dose of ionized radiation, and the cata- catalytic activity with the Savoyard, Gray, and Cato. Electric charge we measure at the Faraday, and magnetic induction we measure at the Gauss. Magnetic flux we measure at the Maxwell, and electric charge we measure the column, which is C. Electric resistance we measure as the ohm, and electric potential we measure as the volt. Power is measured with watt. Intensity of sound is measured with Bell. Electrical condensation we measure with the Siemens, and atmospheric pressure we measure with bar. Quantity of heat we measure with the calories and joule. Force is measured with the dyne and Newton. Work or energy is measured with the role. Magnetic flux is measured with the Weber or WB. Pressure is measured with the Pascal, which is PA. Luminous flux is measured with the lumen, which is LM. Luminance is measured with the lux, LX, right? And inductions is measured with the Henry. Now in the second page, we'll read what exactly is written there. A block of a stone which can hardly be pushed along ground with the small wooden block can be easily, it says that a block of a stone which can be hardly pushed along the ground while a small wooden block can easily pushed along the ground. This is because the mass of a stone is a wooden is the mass of internia. This mass of a stone and wooden block is mass of inertia. Inertia, right? When a bus suddenly starts, the passenger sitting or standing in the bus tend to fall forward. So it says the bus suddenly starts, the passenger sitting in the or the standing bus tends to fall backward. This is because due to internia of the rest, right? Uh, okay, so what exactly the internia is, we'll try to understand. So I'll search it out. Internia, internia, yeah, inter. No, no, it's not. It's not. Internia are commonly referred to the interior as a high-end design. No, no, it's no. In inertia, inertia as the natural tendency of the object to resist the change in its state of the motion, including changes to its speed or direction. We used to define it is actually defined by the Newton's first law of the motion. An object of rest stays in the rest. An object in the motion stays in the motion under the act unless acted upon an external force. Right. The key aspects of inertia includes the mass relationship. A mass is a direct measure of inertia. The more of mass of an object has, the greater its resident of to changing in the motion inertia. If you try to understand what exactly type of inertia is, we can have inertia. We have its three types. First is inertia of rest. So we'll have inertia of rest, and another is the inertia of motion. No, it's not the spelling, it's the INERTIA. INERTIA, inertia of motion, and another is INERTIA of direction. Right, so we have three types of inertia, which is first is inertia of the rest, the second one is inertia of motion, and the third one is inertia of direction. Inertia of rest is resident to starting the motion when our object is in its rest position and we are trying it do not move. Let's say if this what exactly this if this pen is in this table is in the rest position, it is not moving, it will not start its move unless uh, we put some pressure on it, right? So it's the mass. It says the resistance is starting a motion, which says, for example, passengers jerking backward as given in this thing. Passenger jerking tend to the fall back. Passenger jerking backward when the bus started, right? It starts. Now the second one is inertia of motion, right? So it says that next the example of it is a rider on running horse thrown forward when the horse stops suddenly due to inertia of motion. So first is inertia of rest, second is inertia of motion. Is basically resistance of stopping or slowing down, right? Uh, uh, we as we can say here is an example is, and another example is passenger jolting forward. As we say we are sitting in the car in the bus, is in our in a straight position, and we suddenly jerk forward when car or bus stops, right? Or there was a break, right? So this is the this happens because of inertia of motion. And the third one is when a person jumps out of a moving vehicle, he falls forward due to inertia of motion, right? This is also an example of inertia of motion. Inertia of direction is the resistance of changing direction. And we say that a physical barrier, it is a fundamental concept in a classic barrier, right? We basically call it a physical barrier. Inertia is natural tendency of object in a motion to stay in motion, and object in stressed into stay rest until a force causes its velocity change, right? Right. I hope it is. I hope for me in future I will be able to understand if I go through the video which I'm doing there. Okay. Next is uh, next is motion. Next, our topic is motion. So our next topic is motion. What exactly this term is and how we define motion. We are left with half an hour before starting our code forces contest. So we'll move to the contest after. So it is the distance. First point in the topic, like the subtopic of the motion topic is Distance, right? Distance is a length of actual path covered by moving object in a given time interval, right? In a given time interval is a length of actual path covered by a moving object. First, I should calculate the time have to spend in. So it will be something like 2980 divided by have to spend up to 11 hours a day of working. Then only we can touch this much of work, right? For example, this machine we have to touch 11 hours. Above than 11 hours, then only we can complete our task or challenge, right? Mhm. Right? Yeah. So we can have, we can say that the distance is a length of actual path covered by a moving object in a given time interval. Distance is a scalar quantity. We can say distance is a scalar quantity where a displacement is a vector quantity, but both having the same unit, which is a meter. Distance is always positive, and displacement may be positive and may be negative or zero, right? Now we'll know what exactly the displacement is before going through any further. The shorter distance covered by a body in a defined direction is called displacement. We can say in general magnitude of displacement is called distance. Now speed is, wait, what it says that a distance is an actual path covered by a moving object in a given time interval. So it is a scalar quantity. However, it says that the shortest distance covered by a body in a defined direction. When it is a defined direction, how it could be, how it displacement could be a vector, like in a defined direction. If it is in defined direction, this will also have a direction within it now. If it have the direction, then how it could be scalar vector? I don't know how it could be a vector, a quantity. Maybe let me um go to the speed. Speed is a distance traveled by a moving object in a unit. Object in a unit. A distance traveled by a moving object in unit interval of the time is called speed. It is a scalar quantity and its SI unit is meter per second. We basically call speed is equals to change in position upon time, which is distance upon time, right? So it says that's a very good question, and the confusion is usually comes from the definition wordly, right? Wording. Let's say, what is displacement? In the displacement, we say displacement is the shortest distance from the initial position and the final position in a specific direction. So displacement contains two things: magnitude, which is how far we are traveling, and direction, which way. What is the vector quantity? A vector quantity mathematically, mathematics and the physics is a quantity that has magnitude and the direction. So actually, vector quantity are the quantities that holds the direction, whereas scalar quantity do not holds the direction, right? So that's why it is a a vector quantity rather than a scalar quantity. Okay. So it says that a vector, mathematics and physics, it's include mathematics and physics, which is a quantity that has magnitude and the direction both. For example, velocity, force, and displacement. However, what is a scalar quantity? Scalar quantities are the mathematics in mathematics and physics having the only magnitude, not the direction. So example of scalar quantities are such as distance, speed, mass, and time. So why displacement is a vector? Our question was, if the definition already includes direction, why it is called vector? Because the definition includes the direction. This is the only reason why displacement is a vector quantity. The answer is actually because of the direction. If the quantity includes direction, it must be a vector. So displacement fits in the definition of vector because it has magnitude, the shortest distance, and the direction with a specific direction. So we can have some example with that are very common. Imagine a person walks 5 meter in east. This can be written in as a displacement, which is 5 meter in the east, whereas 5 meters is a magnitude and is to the direction. Since both exist, that's why it's a displacement, a vector quantity. Now imagine 5 meter in the distance. There is no direction given, that's why it's the distance. The key difference between displacement and the distance is the magnitude. Both the quantities have the magnitude and the direction. The displacement have the direction, whereas distance do not hold the direction. That's why distance is a scalar and displacement is the vector quantity. So in conclusion, we can say that displacement is a vector because it has a definition which is already, like, which we say definition already include the direction along with the magnitude. So that's why. Now we'll go with the velocity, with the topic which is velocity, right? So velocity is rate of change. We can say velocity is the rate of change in the position of an object equivalent to the specification of its speed and direction of the motion, right? Velocity is a vector physical quantity. Both the magnitude and the direction have required to define it. The scalar absolute value, the scalar absolute value, which is magnitude of the velocity, is called speed. So we can see that the magnitude of the velocity is called speed, right? Which is a scalar quantity. So we get that the what is the definition of speed? Speed we is a magnitude part of velocity is called speed, and it's an scalar quantity. It does not keep track the direction. The speed does not keep direction, and velocity is a vector quantity because and its direction away. So we can say speed is the change in the position at the time is equal to the displacement of the time. And now we can have different types of this velocity. The very first is constant velocity. It does not change direction or speed and move in the straight line at the steady speed with the which we go with the example in an asteroid or document document. Another is changing velocity. It changes in the speed or directions. The third one is instant velocity. It is change in the direction and the speed at the particular points on the graph. Now we'll go with the terminal velocity. Terminal velocity is is for objects that falls through atmosphere and is caused by changes due to the air resistance, right? Now we'll move to the vector angularity, angular velocity, which is the angular subtended by a line joining the object, line joining the object, line joining the object from origin of circle in the unit of interval is called angular velocity, right? And what exactly the acceleration is? Acceleration is defined as the rate of the change in the velocity of the object. So here we can say rate of the change or rate of the change of the velocity in the of object is called as the known as the acceleration. And acceleration is equal to change in the velocity divided by time, and it is a vector quantity, and its unit is meter per second square. If velocity decreases with the time, then acceleration becomes negative and it's called a retardation, retardation or deceleration, right? If acceleration decreases with time and then acceleration becomes negative, and we say negative acceleration is called as deceleration, right? And now we'll go with what exactly the circular motion is, and we'll try to understand what is this, how much. So what are its key points, right? So I'll write the circular motion and its key points, right? And what exactly the circular motion is? If an object describes a circular path, which is circle, then its motion is called circular motion. Then its motion is called circular motion if an object moves with uniform circular speed, then its motion is called a uniform circular motion. Uniform circular motion is an accelerated motion because the direction of velocity changes continuously, right? And now we'll try to understand what exactly is a circular motion, and with an example with the key type and what are the types of circular motion with in explanation format. So it seems that we circular motion, and it is the very important to understand that a circular motion is a motion of a body along a circular path, right? A motion of a body along a circular path around a fixed point. Let's say it is a fixed point, and this is the circular path which the body is moving. And this is the circular motion is the motion of a body along with a circular path, a fixed point or exist. For example, motion of a stone tied in a string, rotation of a fan, motion of planets around the sun. These are some example of circular motion. Now we'll try to understand what are the different types of circular motion. The very first type is as they read here, which is uniform circular motion, right? What exactly a uniform circular motion is? A object moves in a circular position, a circular path with a constant speed. Direction keeps changing, but its speed doesn't change, right? That's why it's called a uniform circular motion, right? If we'll go with an example, is a rotating fan blades are the example of uniform circular motion, and a non-uniform circular motion. We definitely have an example of that also. First, we'll try to understand what exactly this term means. So the object move in the circular motion, but moves in a circle, but speed changes with time, right? But its speed changes with time is called non-uniform circular motion. The object move in a circle, but its speed changes with time is known as non-uniform circular motion. If we'll take an example of this, if we'll try to understand this term non-circular motion with an example, a car moving on a circular track while accelerating as an example of non-uniform circular motion. And important points or important quantities in the circular motion is in radius. Radius is the distance from a center to circle to the object. And angular displacement is the angle through which object is moving, right? Angular displacement, this is the, and let's say this car was in a position, a point. Now it's got in the b position and b point, and we are supposed to find the angular displacement. So angular displacement is the angle through which objects moves around the circle. And next word is time period, time taken to the complete one full circle. Frequency is number of rotation per second, and the relation is f, which is frequency, is equals to 1 upon t, which is the time. So we can say frequency is 1 upon t, which is number of rotation per second are known as frequency. Now, the fourth uh, important points, which velocity circular motion. Velocity in circular motion, even if the speed is constant, velocity changes because of the direction changes, right? So the motion all is still the acceleration. So the motion is still has the acceleration, even if the speed is constant. Velocity changes, its direction changes because the direction is changing. Now, third one is centripetal force. What exactly the centripetal force is? Object moving in a circle experience centripetal force. It is centripetal force is the object act for towards, like when we are like moving in a circle, we get a force that keeps we feel like we are forced to be in under the this point, right, toward the center of the circle. This is actually known as centripetal force. And the example is tension in a string, right? That's why gravitation force of the planets, right? Friction on a car on a curved moor. And now next to definition is here. We got on the centripetal acceleration. The acceleration towards the center is called centripetal acceleration, and this definition, this formula is centripetal acceleration is frac v square up what? Centripetal motion is I don't know what is that. So we'll try to understand what exactly the centripetal motion acceleration is. Centripetal acceleration as the centripetal acceleration of an object, if we call as object moving in a circle with a radius r with a constant speed of v, with a constant speed of we can say velocity v, as a given in the formula as uh, uh, acceleration. What's this? Centripetal acceleration. Centripetal acceleration we define as an AC centripetal acceleration is equals to v square upon r, right? This acceleration is always directed towards the center of the circular path, perpendicular to the object's velocity, right? If we try to relate linear and angular, what is exactly the relation of linear and angular velocity? Centripetal acceleration can also be expressed in the terms of angular velocity, which is angular velocity, which is AW, right? We define it in the omega, right? Uh, the relationship between linear velocity v and the angular velocity is v, right? And the angular velocity, which we can say r w, substituting this into the original formula, which is AC is equals to, first we have v square upon r, and now we get the formula with an rw of r, which was a whole square, which we can say here we get the rw. This r is that radius, right, is radius, and omega as angular velocity, and it will be r square w square upon r, and r1 will be cancel it out to, so it's omega square r. It is actually the relation between linear and angular velocity. Now we'll try to know, identify the direction. Although the speed, we can say, may be constant, velocity is a vector because the direction of velocity vector is constantly changing as the object moves along the curve, and acceleration must exist. The geometric derivation, uh, this changes in the velocity always points together towards in the center of the curve curvature. Okay, so we try to when we try to apply the Newton's second law, according to the Newton's second law, which is F is equals to ma, a centripetal acceleration must be caused by a centripetal force, which we say Fc, right? And this force as not a new type of force, but is provided by a physical mechanism, but provided by the physical mechanism such as gravity by orbiting planets, tension for a ball on the string, or friction on a car during the corner. So we call it FC, centripetal force, is equals to MAC, which is this is acceleration is a centripetal acceleration, which is equals to mv square upon r, right? So basically, we can say centripetal acceleration is the rate of change of the direction of the velocity for an object in a circular motion, and defined by the formula h is equals to v square upon r. We can also say that ac is equals to r w square. So this was something that we are supposed to know, uh, was able to understand, right? And now key points to remember here are, first is circular motion occurs along a circular path, right? In uniform circular motion, speed is constant, but the velocity changes due to direction. Acceleration always acts towards center, where acceleration is called centripetal acceleration. This acceleration in the circular motion that occurs is called centripetal acceleration, and centripetal force is required to keep the body moving in the circle. Right. So this was the content or the things that we are supposed to know during the task, right? Now we'll go for the Newton's law of the motion. Newton's law, which we call Newton, we basically call him as an father of the physics, has established law of motion in his book, which is a Principia, in 1667, right? So Newton's law of the motion is first law of interior, what we have we previously understood, gone through by the concept, right? And next is second is F is equals to ma, that we just gone through, अब भी हमने इसको पढ़ा है, right? And the third one is action is equals to reaction. We still gone through that. So we'll try to go through all those three most like laws of the motion, to understand them more, more in depth, and we'll try to understand, we'll try to learn them by reading them out. So first is Newton's first law of the motion. Is in the an object maintain its initial position for the of the rest or motion with uniform speed on a straight line unless an external force acts on it. This is actually the first law of the motion, which is an object maintains its initial position of the rest or motion with uniform speed on a straight line unless an external force acts on it, which is the very first law. First law is also called the law of Galileo, or law of interior. Interior is the property of a body by virtue of which the body opposes change in the initial state of the rest or motion with uniform speed on a straight line, right? Next one is interior. Interior is a two type of, namely basically we call it the interior of rest and interior of motion. And we also we did studied another third type of interior, which was a third type of interior we studied, which was I think, let me tell you, which was maybe I will be able to know. Okay, so this is not written here, right? So I was studying that interior. It's not. I just stopped it. Okay. So third was interior of motion, interior of. Okay, it's written two types of interior here, so we'll go through two types of interior, right? First law gives us the definition of force, which is the force is an external cause when when acts on a body changes or tries to angle the initial state of the body. Some application of the first law of the motion are, for very first is wearing a seat belt in a car while driving as an example of Newton first law, because if a car brakes applied car suddenly if brakes applied in the car suddenly, the body will tend to continue its inertia and move forward. To prevent such accident, seat belts are there to stop your body moving forward in the interior an area, right? Men in space find it more difficult to roll unless friction or other forces stop it. Inertia enables uh, ice skater to glide on a sky in its straight line. In a straight line. Now we will move to the second law of the motion. Second law of the motion is the rate of changes in the momentum of the body is directly proportional to applied force on the body, and it take place in a direction of the force. We say if F is equals to applied force, then A and small a is acceleration produces, and M is equals to mass of the body, then F is equals to ma will be the formula of because of the second law of the motion with the force, right? Now, Newton's second law gives us the magnitude of force, and the momentum. Momentum is the property of a moving body and is defined as a product of mass and velocity of the body, which is momentum is equals to mass into velocity. And it is a vector quantity having SI units, which as kilogram meter per second. And Newton's first law contains the second contained in the second law. Newton's first law contained in the second law, and now we'll move to the for a few example of the some application of the second law of the motion. So the very first example, which is given to understand what exactly the second law of the motion is and how it works, it's a cricket player lowers his hand while catching the ball. If a player does not lower his hand while catching the ball, the time to stop the ball is very small, so the larger force has to be applied to reduce the velocity to the ball to zero, and or to change the moment of the ball, right? And second is the example, the boxer moves his head backward when his opponent blows a punch. When a boxer blows a punch to the face of another player, then the changes of momentum of the punch is on striking is the face to another player exert a large force on his face. That's why they try to back keep push back to their face. And another example is the karate player breaks a pile to tries a break with a single blow. When a karate player strikes the pile of the tile with this hand, it does so as fast as possible. In other words, time taken to strike on the pile of the tiles is very small. That's why that breaks. Another is if a train hit in another train equal force and speed, they will both go with the same distance and feel the same force. But if the first train hooked with a second, the single train will go twice distance of the double train, and it will feel like twice of the force, because the first train's force and uh, speed will also be there, right? Another is third Newton's third law of the motion, which is to every action there is always a equal and in magnitude and opposite in the direction reaction. There is an example we can say that when a body exert a force on many or on any other body, the second body also exert the equal and opposite force on the first body. Force in nature always occur in pair. A single isolated force is not possible, right? Now, I will try to understand this one by example, such as any agent applying the force or experience a force of equal magnitude in the but in opposite direction. The force applied by the agent is called action, and the counter force experienced by person or agent is called reaction, right? And action and reaction never act on the same body. If it is were so, the total force of the body would have always been zero. The body will always remain in the equilibrium, right? There were some example of Newton's third law of the motion also. So we'll try to understand them. The very first example is walking. When we walk, we push our on the street or foot in the earth, right? It so we apply force on the street, and reaction forces to us move forward. Swimming, when we push water backward while swimming, then water takes us move forward. Water pushes as a forward as a reaction, right? Gun firing, when someone fires a gun, with reaction is that gun pushes, like force pushes the gun backward, and when jumping to the land from boat, the action force is applied on the boat too, and the reaction forces punches us to land. The action force push the boat backward. Slapping, when we slap someone, our hand feels pain as well. Uh, the cheek of the victim. So the pain in cheek due to action and the palm due to reaction of the force. When the rocket has been launched, all right. So then rocket tool flight, it exudes gas at back, and the reaction forces push the rocket back forward. And the next one is bouncing the ball. When ball hit the ground or the ball applies its force on the ball or on the ground, and the ball or the ground applies the reaction force, then ball bounce back. So these were some examples of application of third law of the motion. Now we'll go for the conservation or linear momentum. So we use it follows from Newton's second or third law, that if no external force act on the system or of a body, the total linear momentum of the system of the bodies will remain constant. As a consequence, the total momentum of the bodies after the therefore collision and remains are the same. This calls principle of the conservation or the momentum, right? Now we'll go with an impulse, right? We'll go something which is impulse, what exactly the impulse is and how we define it. So impulse, when a large force act on a body with a very small time, and this the force is called impulsive force, right? The force is called impulsive force, and impulse is a defined as a product of force and the time. So say that impulse is defined as the product of force and the time. Impulse is equals to force multiplied by time or change in momentum, right? It is a vector. It is a vector quantity, and its direction is direction of the force. Its SI unit is Newton and Newton second, right? Now we'll move another point or the topic, which is force, to complete this these 2 pages of the target, right? Right. So now we go into the topic as in force. A force is a push or pull upon an object resulting from object's interaction with another object. There is actually 2 types of the force. First is centripetal force and another is centrifugal force. Centrifugal force, right? So when a body travels along a circular path, a circle, its velocity changes continuously and naturally. An external force always acts on the body towards the center of the path. Right, the external force is required to maintain the circular motion of the body, which is called centripetal force. And if a of the mass is moving on a circular path or radius r with an uniform speed v, then the required centripetal force is F is equals to mv upon r. And centrifugal force, in applying Newton's law of the motion, we have to consider some forces which cannot be assigned to an object in surrounding. These forces are called pseudo forces or in inertial force, right? So we call them as a pseudo force or inertial force. Centrifugal force is a type of the is such a pseudo force, right? It is equals to opposite to the centripetal force. Centrifugal force is a force that is felt by an object moving in a curved path and acts outwardly away from the circle. So we were calling this as an centric force, right? And this the force that moves this that we feel to pull or push in the forward, that is called centrifugal force from a center of the rotation. Just cream separation, centrifugal driver work on the principle of the centrifugal force. Centrifugal force should not be confused as reaction of centripetal force, because the forces of action and reaction acts on a different body, right? And this is something that I'm going to in score, and this has been completed, right? So we have read 2 pages as we have decided to read, and now I'm giving it away. Right. And it's also 8 p.m., which is the time for us to log in our system which is we are supposed to go with then code forces, right? So we are supposed to log in the code forces and do solve topics. So at 20 hours 8 p.m. It is current time is 8 to the 07 p.m. and I'm going to work code forces contest, right? So I'll log in the code forces courses, and I think it will be more better for us if I do log in on that using account. But it's okay if we do that. That's also fine. Please wait your browser being checked. I'm willing to have another. Okay, it's okay. I don't change password. So our code forces round 1086 has been there, and it's division 2. Hey code forces. Hello code forces. Okay, so there was a saying I am pleased to invite you code forces round 2 Saturday on the 8 p.m. You will be given 5 problems to solve in 2 hours. Some of these problems divided into subtasks. And the scoring distribution is, and first will be distributed in the 500 points, then we have 1,000 points, then 1250. This is actually the rating, right? Scoring is divided, right? So the problem of round prepared by the TYBBS Mini Pekka, and the person with his mind developed. Right. Would like to thank for following people for making this round possible. Right. So let us try to go through the problem and we'll try to understand what exactly the problem is. So I'm going to the contest. Right. This contest is ongoing, and before registration. Hey, I didn't get registration before exam registration. This actually been 5 minutes and I didn't get I wasn't able to register in this. So if I am not registered, the contest is running and it's not showing me for the register. However, I'm able to get I'm able to see the questions. That way I will try to run. So the very first question is bingo candy, right? First is bingo candies, right? The name of the problem and what exactly the problem says, and we'll try to record. I'll try to record screen while solving the problem, so that in future I'll have the recorded version of this book. This also, how much is charged approximately 100%. So I'm going to label it with this tablet. I use it in the tablet charger. Okay, so I'm supposed to push it here. Right, so this is true. Hopefully we will not get this. I saw already 93%. And as I'm recording this, so I'll try to have the silence in the background if possible. Right. So the contest is ongoing and we are going to start our journey. Where is my tablet? It's here. And I wish there would no but there will be always disturbance because these are the people surround I am surrounded with the people who are too much are actually too much. Cannot say anything because they are really ridiculous people. I cannot see. I should not say anything. These are mind blowing people. These people try to harm your mental peace as they can. They actually intentionally do that. So you will not be able to make yourself, you know, financially freedom. You cannot have the financial freedom because if you will have, they will, they will get that, they will lose. Shibu, don't do whatever you want. Okay, so I'll try to have some display. Okay, Shibu, दरवाजा ढक दो. Night shift. What is true tone of? I asked for the night shift and this rather than doing dark mode on. Okay, it's okay. So I'll try to understand how this work. Then we'll move further, right? So that's it. We'll start and this start. And there's no way to do Safari. Can I go? Let me search. Can I do Safari in a dark mode? Because this is too much light out there. So yes, you can do Safari by Safari, not Sadari. Safari in dark mode. So yes, you can turn your dark mode in your Mac, and it's quickest way to system wide dark mode setting is automatically inherited. Why then I am not? So can I do code forces also in a dark mode? Code forces in a dark mode. Code forces in dark mode. Maybe the yes, you can absolutely use code forces in dark mode, although there is no native dark mode toggle in the website. The best way to achieve dark mode theme is using browser extension or the user tip for the dark mode, right? So शिबू just हाँ ले लो पूरा ले लो. हम्म, जब बाबा कमरे में खा लो, जब दादी के साथ खा लेना. Mhm. I guess the very first question we are going, it's really irritating to the eyes. How can I? Okay, ignore it. So the very first question is bingo candies, and we'll try to minimize it and have the printed version of in the PDF. So we'll print. Hey, no, I am not supposed to print the page. Okay, I'm supposed to keep its save page as in as in PNG format. So it's a code font, and we'll open this PNG format into good notes, right? So we'll try to have import. We'll try to import image here, right? So we'll try to go from the files, and file is imported here in the recent version. We can go to the desktop, to the interest and the foreign. We have the problem A as an example, and this is the code process example of problem. We'll try to solve, and we'll first, I think I should go to the setting, page setting, change the template, and we'll do it in the black, right? We'll save it and we'll apply it. Yeah, it's done, right? No, it's okay. It's done, and we'll try to understand the problem as well. We'll try to solve it out. So, yeah, I think I should, if I will go with it, so with a change template, and we'll try to, rather than landscape, I'll go good note standard in the portrait. A landscape is also right. Good dot standard will close, will apply currently, right? So hopefully I'll get this the zoom out. I'm not getting the zoom in and zoom out section, so I have to increase the size of the image to get a better. Hey, these people are thinking. That's what I'm saying. Oh yeah, it's okay. I cannot say anything. These are people who are feeling, right? So the very first question is here. We'll try to get the question out and we'll try to understand what exactly the question is. Then we'll try to solve it, right? So we'll record it, right? What is the recording? Yeah. So the very first question is under forces, a contest is bingo candies, and we are supposed to go through the question and we'll try to understand what exactly the question is saying and how we can work on it. So bingo candies is the question which says Alice has a magic board, right? It says that Alice has a magic board and board is described as an n cross 1 grid. So we have basically given an integer, an array matrix with n cross n. We have an n cross n matrix, right? And each tile has colored candy in it. The color of the candy is ith row and jth column is a of a j, right? And the name of the array is a. Bob wants to know if he can rearrange the board in some way that no row or column consists of n candies has the same color, which simply means there are some no row and column should have it's somewhere right we call sudoku problem, right? Each row and column should not repeat one number twice, right? Our task is to determine whether such a rearrangement exists, right? The very first input for this question is each test contain multiple test cases and the first line contains t test cases. So well, the first line will be into input of t, right? And will take as an t, and then we have to the description of the test cases as the follow. The very first line of the each test case contain integer n, right, denoting the size of the number. So first will the second one line will be for I and range t, and then we'll have the first line which contains n. So we'll drag n is equals to int input integer. Then we have, then it says that the following n lines contain n integers with jth integers on ith line, which is ij, are denoting the color of the candies. So it says that if in the first line we have each test case contains n integers, denoting the size of the board. So n is the size of the board, which is the array size of the array. On the n following lines, each n integers, the jth integer on the ith line, such ins is risen. Okay, so we'll try to understand it by example, right? So it says that the very first line, say first line after the t-test case, we have n, which is size of array. Then we take an input, we'll have an input. Following n lines contains n integers, right? So then we have to take n inputs, right? And n integers 8, which we have to, which will be the jth, right? Jth integer on the ith line. So is it means that we'll have the cross size n cross n will be the matrix and we'll have only j like column value, and this will be like if we have size of 3, right, then we'll have the input as an just let's say this is 3, which is the value of n, and we'll try to understand it by example rather than giving the example by your own self. That will be more easy to understand. We will feel it energy. So first is T. So this is T and this is N. Yeah, so the value of first N is 3. शिबू बुआ बुआ का पेपर चल रहा है ना, तो बुआ पेपर दे रही है। देखो बुआ कहाँ गया? और ले आओ मम्मी के पास से और खा लो। नहीं खाना? Okay, so we have n is equals to 3, and now we are supposed to take these inputs. These are inputs also given, and it says that wait, what? But in above in the question, it's in the input format is given that the following n lines contains n integers, and the jth integer of the ith line is symbolized in aij, denoting the color of the candies in the board, right? Okay, so it's okay. We can do it. So it is guaranteed that the sum of n over all these cases does not exceed 500, right? So we have to follow as in for n is equals to 3, we'll also for j in range n, and we'll go within we have an array with an empty array, right? We'll push this a of I of j is equals to int. It's not saying that we will get all the all the arrays, all the elements, and the as in same. So we'll do as in it says that the following n lines. So we have n is equals to 3. The following 3 line will get the input, and contains the n integers each, right? So it will contain the n integers, which means the a of j, a of j will have we have to spread what exact whatsoever we are getting as input. So we have to do as in list. We'll first list, then we'll have map int comma input dot split with the space, right? So this line will be will by using this line we will fetch the value of the first whole row in our array, right? First element. And when this for loop will be run for the 3 times, as in n is equals to 3, we'll get the we will get the integer matrix as in 1 comma 1 2 3. We'll get the matrix as in 1, first element is 1 comma 2 comma 3, then we'll have comma, then we'll have 3 comma 1 comma 4, then we'll have 4 comma 1 comma 2, right? And now we get our first test case as an input, and now we are supposed to perform the operations, right? So our operation form our task is to do, which is says that both Bob wants to know if he can rearrange the board. So our task is to know if we can rearrange the uh, uh, if we can rearrange the board in some way, if we can rearrange the board in such a way that of we can rearrange the board in such a way that maybe let me try to write in such a way that no row or the column consists the same uh, of n candies of the same color, right? So we have to find we have to give the answer as in yes or no, right? So here we have 1 2 3 3 1 4 4 1 2 as a candy color, right? In the number format. So we are supposed to have no repetition in the row and the column, right? Which simply means if it is the first row, all the numbers it contains, all the elements it contains the different. And if the first column, right, if I comma j for the all I is equals to 0, right? No repetition no repetition should be there of an element, and for the each value of j is equals to 0 or the j is equals to 1, there should no repetition of the value, right? So for this one, as we can see, the matrix will be somewhere like 3 1 4 and this will be 412. So first we'll check if there is any repetition occurring right now, and if there is any repetition occur, then we'll try to rearrange. If there is no such a repetition occurs, then we can say it is already in the such format that Bob wants, and will return as an as it is, right? So first we can see if for I is equals to 0, we'll try to run the code. For I is equals to the 0, I 0 of I 0 z 0. For z is equals to 0, there is 1, and we'll keep check if we'll do this one into check uh, array. We'll push it into this array, and we'll check if for j is equals to 1, we'll check if this element, if I is equals if a of 0 of 1 and is in check, right? So if it is in check, we can say return as an no. If it is not there, we can return as an we can move forward. So if there is no such a repetition, there is no such a repetition, there is no such a repetition, and now we'll format in this format. This is also okay. So we get as in 314 and 412, right? So there is one thing that we get in the consideration, that there is a repetition we find as in I is equals to 1, uh, and j is equals to 2, with I is equals to 2 and j is equals to 1. We find the repetition as the value of in the j's value in the column. So if we can alternate it out, so if we do if we'll try to turn it into 1 comma 2 comma 3, and if we'll try to turn it 3 comma 1 comma 4, and if we'll try to turn it as an 2 comma 4 comma 1, there is no such repetition occurring, and that's why we can return it as yes, we can do such a repetition, right? We can have such a rearrangement that we get, right? And we'll try to understand the next question. We'll first try to code this question, this solution out. And now we'll go to the next questions. We'll try to solve the problem number 2b. Okay, so next question is it says Bob likes to play an interesting. So our next question is that Bob's likes to play an interesting. Okay, what is the question? Bob's likes to play an interesting tower defense game on his mobile phone, and in this game he must play card to defeat his opponent. Sorry. First, we'll try to understand what exactly the question is, and by doing the same thing, which was insert the image here, and we'll try to explain what exactly the problem is, and then we'll go further. Then we'll try to move it out, right? Move out. Then we'll try to move in the solution part. First, we are supposed to understand what exactly the question, rather than doing anything else. So here the question is right. So here the question is, hey, we didn't get, where is the part of the question? We'll try to minimize it out, right? If again minimize, I cannot minimize this browser anymore, right? So I'll go with this, and we'll try to print this page, save page as an PNG format. right? And we'll save it. And if there isn't, we'll try to replace it. And we'll go in this page, which is, we'll try to find the add a new page after it. uh, how it is, we are supposed to delete this image, and we'll try to put the new image here from files, and this is the problem number 2, and we'll open it out, right? This is quite too small, so we cannot do that scrolling. First we'll supposed to do with the setting and change the template. we'll we'll do it in the portrait rather than doing solving the question or applying it with the landscape, and hopefully that will be work for us. Okay, so yeah, that's hope. Thankfully this worked for us. So we'll try to go with the solution. Oh, so I'm supposed to move out. So yeah. So our question number 2 is cyclist, and what exactly the question is, and we'll try to understand how we can solve the question by giving some examples, and we'll try to solve this question using Python. So the question is a question of the problem or the contest. Second question of the contest is it says the time per test is 1 second, and memory we can use in the 256 megabytes. Question says that Bob likes to play an interesting tower defense game in his mobile phone, and in the game he must play cards to defeat his opponent. The question again moves as in saying there are n cards to play in a queue. So we are supposed to we get an example of somewhere hint that will be using queue data structure might be. So we have n cards. So first input is an n card in the queue, which called dext, right? Deck. And at any moments, Bob is only able to play the card which currently in the uh place in the first K card. So there are, although there are n numbers of card in the deck, however he can only be used one of the card which are in the range of 0 to K minus 1, right, position in the deck. And in each turn, Bob selects a card to place in the first K position and remove it from the deck to place it, right? And then places the same card back to the bottom of the deck. In other words, we can say that in each turn element from the first kth element in the queue is selected and the move end of the queue, and all the elements placed after its move one index in the form. So we basically say that as the queue data structure has been worked, and then we place first from here, first in, first out format we place, which means first card in place in the queue will be the first card fetched from the queue, right? And if we move further, we can say here is the question saying that one card is called win condition, which simply means if Bob fetch that card, he will be the winner, and Bob wants to play as many time as possible. However, each card also cost needed to play. The ith card, which is initially placed in the ith position, cost Bob to AI of the energy every time it's placed, right? The total cost of the card played must not be exceed of the m. So there will be a check position where we will be adding the energies as AI plus the current m, right? And which is that one card is called win condition, and Bob wants to play as many time as possible. However, each time he plays, he have to pay a cost, And the ith, see, our array is denoted by AR, and which is a Q, right? So the all the energies of energy that he is supposed to pay, right? Energy, which is A of I, the Bob has to pay each time, and to play the card, right? And the total cost card played must not be exceeded to the M. So there will be M given in the question, and we have to check if card exceeded its energy by M, and if it is exceeded or equals to, we have to stop that playing. We have to say Bob that now your energy has been exceeding the condition rate and you cannot move further, right? Okay, so the win condition card is placed in the pth place in the queue, and if Bob able to fetch the able to reach that card before touching the energy level of M, he will be winner. And if he will not be able to fetch that card from the queue, he will not be in the win condition, right? So it says that again, as you can see here, the condition is you need to find out maximum number of time the win condition card can be played, ensuring the total cost does not exceed the M, right? So this was the question that was placed in the in this contest as in second question, and the input conditions of this question is each test contains multiple test cases, which is T, right? And the first contains the first line of the test, each test case will contain the number of test cases in a T, and that will not exceed with the 5,000, right? The range of the T will be 1 to 5,000, and the description of the test cases as follows. The very first line of each test case contains the integer as an n, comma k, comma p, and m, right? Which we basically described here. What is m? M is the energy that we have to not exceed to keep the win condition, or to keep the Bob playing the card. And the second one is N. N is the number of cards that are placed in the queue, and we call that queue as a deck, right? So, and the third, which called as a K, K is the max number of the card, or the number of the card, the first K position till K position card, 0 to K, Bob can play the cards, right? The cards that are currently in use by the Bob. And what is P then? There was another word, which is another term, which is P, and P is a place in the queue where win condition card is placed, right? So P is the win condition card placement, and M is the energy, or energy till Bob can play. K is the number of cards, 0 to K minus 1, that Bob can play in the currently, or currently these number of cards will be in the queue, and N is the total number of cards, right? This will, all these numbers, all these variables will be answered, will be filled during first line of after we take input as in T, right? And this is the denoting the number of cards, denoting the number of cards, a number of cards that are playable at the time, and the or the third one is initial position of the win condition, and the third last one is the total energy available to the plate for the bow, right? And second line will contain each line, second line of each test case contain n integers, which varies from a1, a2 till an, which is actually denoting the cost of the each card, right? And it is the guarantee that sum of n overall all test cases does not exceed the 500. So as t limit is given as in from 1 to 500, right? And what exactly should be the output format? as says that for each test case, one integer in one line denoting the maximum times of the win condition will be the played by can be the played by verb, right? So we'll be trying to understand the question what we were reading or explaining or previously. So this is the question number two. That was the question number two explanation part. And now we'll try to understand its execution part, how we'll try to execute this question by an example. So let's say t is equals to 4, right? So we are given t is equals to 4 here. And the very first line is t. That means we will have four test cases in our first input to test this example in the sample case. And for the each test case, first line will be containing the n, then we have p, then k and m, right? So n is this, there will be two, wait, what, we had n, so there it's denoting that there will be total number of card will be two. Then we'll have k, which is there will be one card played at the time. There will be second will be the position of win condition card, right? And there will be m, that is 42 energy levels that a person can be played, right? And second line of each case contains n integers, which a1 to an, which denoting the energy of the each cost of playing cost, right? So which is the 42 and 1, which is simply means if first card is played, he will Bob will have to pay the energy of the 42. Then first card plays, he will energy will be added from 0 plus 42, right? And then Bob will place another card which is 2, and he will be it will be adding one energy, right? So it will be adding as an 2. It will be 42 plus 1 will be 43, and our exceeded energy is supposed to be 42. So our output will be 1. Our should not be exceed, right? It is not be exceed, and our the first and like he can play one card and it will be 42. So since 42 is a maximum level of energy it could contains, and it is not included, Bob will not be able to play any card, right? So first is 42 will be included in energy, and for the next time it will check if this energy which is 42 is greater than the energy level which is given for the next time. So first time next time it will be card will be the winner card, win condition card, and win condition card holds the energy as in 1. So our energy will be 42 plus 1, which is 43. And when we'll check it out, if we are exceeding the energy condition, at max energy level with which by which we can play, so we say that we can see here that we are exceeding the cost, and this will not be added with the win condition will not be added, and that's where our output will be a 0, right? Right. So let's see. Well, let's go with another test case, which is test case number two, and we'll try to understand how this test case is processed. So next is our test case was two, and its output will be 0, right? First test case will be the output 0. And now second test case having the having the elements as in n is equals to 3, now n is equals to 3, k is equals to 3, and p is equals to 2, along with m is equals to 6, right? So it will Bob will start playing the card where we can see the win condition card is in second position, and Bob can use three cards at the one go, and its energy level is 6, which means Bob can play the cards until its cost is above than 6, and the number of total cards are 3 of there. So what are the cards cost? So card cost array is 212, right? So which means first card will hold the energy or cost with of two, second card will hold the cost as in one, and third card will hold the card as in will of two, right? So Bob will start playing the card with the card number one, and as he can pick all the cards at the time, right, k is equals to also 3. So the very first card will add the energy from 0 to 2, and this energy level will be 2. Now for the next card, playing next card, which is a win card, right, win card. So w will be 0 right now, because we played card number 1, which is not a win condition card, right? And for the next it will be an cost will be 2 plus 1, and as it is a win card, so w will increase by 1 and energy will increase by 1 also, because its energy cost is 1. So now we have energy cost as in 3, and win rate is 1, right? So it will be 1 and this will be 3. And now we'll move to the next card, which is card number 3, which costs the energy as in 2. So we'll have 3 plus 2 as in 5 as and since it is not a win card, so there will be no addition, there will be no added in the no changes in the win win what is win. So it will not be changes the maximum win condition, right? So as it is energy level number 5, and for the next we have energy level, will play the next card, which is next card is it will be a rounded and right. So it will be in the first card, which will be 5 plus 1 will be 6, 5 plus, right, first card has a cost is 2, 5 plus 2 it will be 7, which is the maximum, which exceeds the maximum energy cost that we can have. So win condition is in 1, so its output will be 1, its output should be 1, right? Its output should be 1. And however, an example of the question is given as in 6. So first we'll try to go with the we must interpret it wrongly our question. So we'll try to understand. We'll go with the condition where which the condition was given for the win condition. So it said that one card is called win condition and Bob wants to play as many as time as possible. However, each card also has a cost needed to play, and the ith card initially placed in the ith position, right? So cost Bob as an AI energy each time it placed. The cost of the card played must not exist in the M, and the win condition card is placed in the pth position in the right. So here P was 2, and there are it says that there are n cards placed in the queue called deck, and at any moment Bob is only able to play the card other currently in the place. So he can play the cards which are currently in the place, currently in the current played card, and he can play any of those cards, right? He can play with any of them card. So as for the second test case, three, we have total 3 cars. We can have all the cars out there. So Bob can pick each time Bob is playing. He can pick the win card only, right? Which have the energy level as in 1, and we have the maximum energy level 6 we can exceed. So this win rate will be 6, right? So this will be 6. The win rate of the second card will second test case will be 6, right? And now we'll move for the next question, next test case, which is same test case somewhere. So the next test case is we have n is equals to 3, k is equals to 3, where p is equals to 2. No, k is equals to 2, right? So we have k is equals to 2. That means Bob can, in this test case, Bob can use two cards we can currently playing. We can place two cards in the currently playing decks, and the win card is in the second card will be in the second position, and its max is in which and energy as 6, right? And its energies are also again is in 212. So for the dex, it have two, which is let's say it can have 2-1 for the first round. So he will pick this one card, right? Winning card. And for the next time, he have to push back this win card into the deck, right? And he have to push other card into this back. So next time it will be have 2 and 2, and any card he will fetch, it will be included by 1. So 1 plus 2 included by 3. And for next time it will add back the win card. So for the next round it will have it could have, so first round it will win condition has been increased by 1. For the second task, second condition, there will be no increment. For the third one, it will also have again have the 2-1 condition, and the win condition will decrease. So it will be 3 plus 1 will have the 4 energy level, and the card will in the current will have energy level equal to 1 2 again, and it will be increased by 2. So it will be increased by 3. It is 2. It is 6, right? First, at the first iteration, it has one energy level, and the card word 2 comma 1, right? So it's next it goes to 2 comma 2, and energy level was 2 plus 1. No, energy level win condition was 1, and energy level was 1, right? Also 1. And it 2 plus 1, which is energy level was 3, and win condition was 1. Again it says 2 comma 1, and here energy level is 3 plus 1, and win condition goes to 2. For the next round, it goes 2 comma 2, right? Win condition is 2. However, energy level goes 4 plus 2, which is 6. And for the next round, it cannot play any cards. So that's why the energy level will, our output will be 2 here. So the output will from the third test case will be 2. And for the next test case, we'll try to understand what exactly the test cases are and how we can tackle the question. So for the next test case, we have n is equals to 8, we have k is equals to 4, we have we have uh, p is equals to 7, and the energy max energy it can hold as an m is equals to 10, right? And since we it have n cards, so there will be n energy levels of the card, n cards costs, n card cost. So it will be having 3 comma 4 comma 4 comma 2 comma 1 comma 1 comma 4 comma 2, right? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. And for the at ones, he can pick 4 cards only. So for the one, these 4 will be there in the condition, right? And there is no win condition will be for the first win condition will be 0, and energy level EM will be minimum. He will pick the minimum of the energy level, so it will be 2. And for the next, our sliding window will be moved to the next. It will be 4 4 to 1, and for the energy level for the next round it will be 2 plus 1 will be 3. And since it is 0, it is 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 and 8. So it will again, it will be not not will be the win condition. So win condition will also be 0. For the next round, it will our condition, our cards will be from the card range will be from 3 to 7, right? 3 to 6, because the 3 4 5 6. So minimum will be 1. So 3 plus 1 will be 4 for this round, and which is 3 plus 1 will be 4 energy level. And this will win condition will also be again will be 0. For the next round, it will be 2 1 1 4, and 4 is the win condition. So 4 will be added for this time. So our energy level will be 1 plus 4 plus 4 will be 8, and win condition will be increased by 1, right? And again it will be replaced. For the now, four will be replaced, and other cards will be the same, which will be have in the card will be have two, one, one, and two, right? So see, previously in the queue we will having 3 comma 4 comma 4 comma no, 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 we'll not have this one. I did it in wrong way, right? So no, till now everything was right, but uh, we did something wrong here, right? So we have to go through. uh, Calculation were right, but the array of the playing cards were wrong. So for the first array of the playing cards were 3 comma 4 comma 4 comma 2. For the second it was 3 was removed, and 2 1 was entered, right? So 4 comma 4 comma 2 comma 1 is was there. And for the q in q3 were inserted, right? For the waiting queue there was 3. Write it as in waiting queue also. So we'll write waiting queue also. So there was waiting queue as in for the first there was waiting queue as in 1 comma 1 comma 4 comma 2 was the waiting queue, and now this 1 comma 4 comma 2 comma 3 is the waiting queue right now. And for the third one, it was the what was the current queue? Current queue was we had eliminated two from one from here, right? Which no, again I did it wrong. We eliminated two for the first round, right? So it was the two which was eliminated, not three. So for the first round, it was 3 comma 4 comma 4 comma 2 was the current queue which was playing, and which was 2 has the minimum energy cost. So we eliminated 2 and pushed 2 in the waiting queue, right? So it was 3 comma 4 comma 4. Oh wait, 1 has been inserted here, and waiting queue was 4 comma 2 comma 2. And for the next round, this queue was this one was eliminated, and this one was back. So we'll add it here, and this one will be go back, right? So our array will be 3 comma 4 comma 4 comma 1, and this one will be eliminated and added here. So array waiting array will be 4, right? It will be 4 comma 2 comma 2 comma 1, right? And for the next round, we'll have the array as an it will be 3. This one will be 4 will be fetched here, and this one will be fetched back. So it will be 3 comma 4 comma 4 comma 4, and will fetch in 2 comma 2 comma 1 comma 1, right? And this was the place where, right, it was the limit. We have to add the indexes also, because that is the requirement also. So it was 1th position, 2th position, 3rd position, and 4th position, 5, 6, 7, and 8, right? We eliminated 4th position, so 4th position became here. It was the 8th position, 7th position, 6th position, 5 position, and was the 3 position, 2 position, 1 position elements. And this was again 1, 2, 3, and this was the 60th position, right? 60th position, and this was the 7th position, 8th position, and these were the 4th position and the 5th position elements, right? And for this it was the 1 position, 2 position, 3 position. It was the 7th position element, and this was the 8th position element, and 4, 5, and 6 position elements, right? For this round, this is a win condition card. So we'll use this condition card. Bob will use this condition card for the playing. That's why we'll have done for each round. We were also calculating the energy cost also. So for the energy cost and win energy cost, we are supposed to calculate that is for the energy cost. It was and win condition card, right? Win energy, so win output, right? So right, so it's for the first round it was the 0 plus 2, it was 2. For the second round was 2 plus 1, which is 3. For the next round, it was 3 plus 1, which is 4. For see, it was this one condition, this was this one, and this was for this. For the this, we have the win condition card, so will be 4 plus 4, which is 8, right? And it was the 2, 3, 4, 8 as an output. And for the next, it will become uh, we'll move this 4 from now. We'll move this 4 for next here, and this 2 will be entered here. So our array will be 3 comma 4 comma 4 comma 2, and waiting list will be 2 comma 1 comma 1 comma 4, right? So we'll have the we'll remove the minimum energy cost, so it will be 8 plus 2, which will be 10. And as we for the maxed energy to be played as in 10, our win condition is see, our win condition was it was the win conditions, right? So win condition is currently it was 0 0 0, and here it was 1, and here it was 1 plus 0, which is 1. So our answer will be 1 for this round. This will be 1, right? So this was the second question of the code forces contest. I'll be back. Okay, so let me turn this. I forget to turn this into camera. From camera to I had one more, which is screen capture. So you can have oh wait, what? So this should be we are supposed to do some minimization part. So this in such a way, this a way like this, right? Can have that support, right? Yeah, it's okay. Now it's gone. So, so I was saying that we are actually doing this tracking of the question, right? And I have done explanation of this part of the question. But hopefully, this now we are supposed to understand if my explanation was the correct in the form of that. And if it was the correct, then we'll move further to writing the code, hopefully. So the explanation given in the question is it says that the node in the first case we can only play one card in the text, and playing it will use all the energies. Since win condition, the second card we cannot play before the energy runs out, and therefore the answer is zero. In the second case, we play all the cards in the deck, and the optimal energy is zero energy is obviously playing the win condition card. Since this costs one energy to play, so we can have six energy in total, and we can play the six time before the energy runs out. Therefore, the answer is 6. For the next round, in the third case, we can play the cards follows in the win condition, the color red. So for the first time, initial deck is 2-1-0, 2-1-2. That's why we use it this condition. 1 as for the first play card will be 1, right? This 1 will be deck out and we'll have 2, 2 with the energy level. So we have to play with the 2. So energy card will be played and then deck become we can play we can as an initial deck is we can play with the three cards, right? So each time we can play and this will fish in the process we can play with the condition of two times when card is in condition of two cards, because we can have deck into two conditions, so this will be somewhere like this. So first this is the deck condition, this is the win condition, it will be the two energy level in the total. It's shown that no steady allows for a play when condition in the more than two times, so no more than six energy points, therefore the answer will be two. In the four course, we have shown that we can play win condition no more than one. This is achievable by the playing fourth card in the deck, and therefore the answer is one, right? So that was the answer, the explanation of the question that I tried to give. And this was the next first question that I tried to explain and the previously, right? And now we'll move to the next question as I think I will have it out. Okay, so that's why I'm trying to go with the next question, which is question number 3, and we'll try to move this question, which is question number 3 from the problem statement. At least we'll be able to understand what exactly the question says. It asks me to verify my battery runs about to run out, so I will have to install. I have to verify that if I'm a human or not, because I'm not solving the question and then the questions I'm talking the printed version of it, right? So next question is the stamina and the task, right? So first look, I'll plug my laptop in charge. Sure, then we'll move further. Oh, for the first condition, right? I was also recording. That's okay. I will try to upload it if possible. So we'll take its printed version, save image as save page and image. We will see problem number C, and we'll go to the good note. For solving the questions, we will have next page in the condition. Alright, so we'll have with the more template, which is at import next. So can I import the image? Let me try to import the image instead of doing anything. So we imported the image. How you can import it, right? So I do import the image. In the very first question is a third question is stamina and the task, right? We'll try to understand what exactly the question is and how we can solve the question. What can be the tech stack of the solving the question? We are left with 53 minutes of in this contest. there are 53 मिनट बचे हैं इस contest में और हमें इस question को solve करना है, right? So there is the question says that there are n tasks for you. Task I has an integer value, or task I has an integer value of ci and difficulty level difficulty of pi. Also, you have the initial stemma of 1, which denoted an es. You would be process. Initially, I'm trying to understand what exactly the question is saying. It says that you should process the task from 1 to task n. On each task, you have two choices. Well, the very first choice is give up the task. This way, nothing will happen. And the second choice is to complete the task. This will you will gain s, which is S, which is denoted as, which is initial stamina, will get the initial stamina, and C1 points. However, S will drop to S, which as an 1 minus P upon 100. So stamina will drop by 1 minus P upon 100 after completing this task. And you need to maximize your point after you finish the process, right? Um, I don't know, let us try to understand the question more so that we can tell what exactly is happening out there and how we will be solving the question, right? So it says that you need to maximize your point after you finish the process. So we have the input as each test question, multiple test cases, the very first point in every question. However, the condition is that we'll have the constant as her t test case has the limit from 1 to 10 to the power 3, which similarly says that how uh, it could go, what could be the upper bound of the question, right? And the very first line says that for the each test case contains n integers, and the upper bound of the test case is then 10 to the power 5. One n could have the value from 1 to 10 to the power 5, denoting the number of the task. And n follows n, the follows n line of the two integer age, denoting ci, which could be from 1 to 100, and pi could be 0 to 100. This guarantees the sum of n overall test case should not exceed will not exceed the 10 to the power 5. Right. And what should be our output format? It says that for each test case, output is the real number, and maximum output points we can get as an our answer should be considered because correct if it's absolute or relative error, it should not exceed 10 to the power minus 6, right? Oh, okay, so we are supposed to apply the formula as an a minus b upon max of a comma 1 comma mod of b should be less than 10 to the power minus 6. This is the condition, right? And we'll try to understand the question by doing some questions for some example, right? So the very first example is it is giving to us that we have two test cases and the n is equals to 2 for the first test case. And we have input is in 10 comma 2, 10 comma 0 and 10 comma 0 and 20 comma 5. What is these values? We'll try to get by going back to the questions. So it says that the following n lines contains two integer is denoting as ci. So it's ci comma pi, right? What is ci and pi? We'll try to understand by going above to the question. It says that here we can see the value of ci is the task I has the integer value of ci and the difficulty of the pi. It says that you have n tasks to do. I has an integer value of ci and difficulty of pi, right? What is ci? Ci points. It says that completing the task you will get the you will gain s multiplied by ci points. However, s will drop by s multiplied by somewhere like this after task completing. What is ci is? So we'll get the value as in difficulty. See, it says that integer value of CI and difficulty of PI. So what exactly the PI I'm able to understand it as somewhere difficulty of the doing a task. So it says that PI is a difficulty of doing a task rather than what is CI. Maybe there is an explanation. It says the note test case is optimal task 1 and 2. In order to getting the points, we have to do 10 plus 20 to 30. In second kind, optimal to complete a task is 1 and give up the task. What is it? The okay, so we'll try to understand the question again, and hopefully we'll get the what exactly the question is saying, right? So we have limit extracts the information from it. So first we have CI, which is a value, integer of value. I don't know what it is. It is a task I. Task I has a value, two values. First is CI and the difficulty of PI. Value of integer value of CI and a difficulty of PI. Initially, stima and stamina. Initially, stamina will be having 1 and which denoted by S. You have to process task 1 to task n for each type to twice. You have two choices, and this way will give S multiplied by Ci. It will be somewhere like S is equals to S will drop. S is equals to S multiplied by 1 minus Pi upon 100, right? And there is no way use of Ci, right? These are points, right? So first we have Ci as equals to, we'll say it is a 0th row, it's a 1th row. So C0 is equals to 10 and P0 is equals to 0, whereas C1 is equals to 20 and P1 is equals to 5, right? And as we, by doing a task for the C0 or P0, we can get. So the give it this way you will gain the points. You will get S into Ci points. So we'll have S into Ci points will be S is initially 1 and Ci is C0 is 10. So we'll have 10. Right. Again, it says that however S will drop to S multiply. So S will drop to S multiplied by 1 minus Pi, which is 0 upon 100, right? So we can have this something as is 10 multiplied by 100 minus 0 upon 100, right? So as we normally can say it is a value 0, but we cannot say it will be the value of 1. So we'll have S is equals to 10. So this should be the output as an 1. There is no given output. So it says that for each test case we have the maximum output maximum points you can get, and you answer considered as incorrect if absolutely or relative value is not exceeds at the power minus 6. Formally, let's say answer will be A, the jury answer will be B. Your answer is A, zero answer will be B, your accepted if and only is A minus B, right? Okay, so it says that the very first answer, how they said that it says for the test case first, the optimal task is task 1 and 2 in order to gaining the pointers. So first we get the, oh, so both should be included, right? So first we get answer 10, and for the second time it has 7 values. The S will increased by 1 again, right? So S will increase by 1 and S will also be 1 and there will be 20, and S will drop as an S into 1 minus Pi, which is 5 of 100, right? So this will be 20, 20 minus 1, which is 19, and this will be 20 multiplied by 19 upon 20. Right, this will be s will be again be 19, right? I am unable to understand this question. I don't know. Let me try to understand. It says that for the second one, um, how it's optimal task to complete one and two in order to gaining the points of the, how we can gain the, like it is also 10,5, right? So for the second test, it's the optimal task one. We give up the task two. This is the optimal tasks one and two in order to complete. And the optimal task, if it is the optimal task one, we are doing it. So complete the task. Hey, complete before completing the task three, your stamina dropped. Okay, so before stamina dropped to the right. So first is our stamina have for the first time we have 10, and for the doing second task, will our stamina will drop to the s multiplied by, so our stamina will drop to, right, our stamina will drop, so somewhere in this 10, our stamina will drop to 10, and our stamina increases by 10, so it will drop to 10, will 10 minus 10 will be 0. And for next time it will be somewhere like it was for the next option, whereas you had 20, right? So when stamina has been dropped to, oh, okay, your gain is our gain was 10 plus 20, right? Was 30. And for the next, hopefully we'll be able to understand the second task or second round. So we'll have 10 comma 5 with an CI and PI, right? And S for stamina has initially for 0, and for that we'll get as an output of 10, and stamina will be also 10, right? Second will drop because why will drop, I don't know, but it says that we drop. It says that we'll give up the task second because it says there was an option give up the task. This will, nothing will happen for the giving up. To complete the task, we'll get the points, and after the completion, after task is completed, right? And for the right after doing the task, stamina will also be somewhere, we have to drop the stamina, and it will be somewhere like, I'm really afraid of doing this task. This question is I'm unable to understand how the task has been working on. If I'm unable to ask, how will I code this question? I'm able to understand the first test case, right? For the second test case, why I'm unable to solve the question? I'm unable to apply the theory which is given in the question. Oh, oh, I am. I will stop this recording out. Hopefully, we'll be able to do this task and right. So let's say how. Let me see how many. Okay, 39 minutes are left, and we'll upsolve these questions, and we'll try to move to the next question, right? Okay, so problem number D1 is I'll try to understand this question as well. Hopefully, we'll be able to understand this question, and when we get that question, we'll try to solve the questions as also. So, what the very first task is to understand what exactly the question is saying at least. Then we'll move to the next, which is solving the question them out. So, the very first the question number D1 is if I've been able to import it from initial, yeah, there was a whole question we have imported, and we are so yeah. Here the question is the problem says the problem name is tree orientation, and it's an easy version. And this, as we can see, the problem number D1 holds 850 points in the question in the contest, and we are left with the 38 minutes and the 52 seconds in the contest, right? So our question is name is tree oriented. It memory per test case is supposed somewhere taking it the 3 second and 1024 megabyte as the memory limit, and the run limit was 6 seconds. Okay, the question says this is the easy version of the problem. The difference between the version wait, what says the difference between the versions is that in this version the constraint n is lower. You can have only if you solve all the version of this question of the problem, right? Oh yeah, so they're saying you are insane if you're able to solve all the versions of the question. And now what exactly the question is saying, we'll try to understand. First, we'll read the whole question with an example of test cases. Then we'll try to understand, we'll read it out again. Hopefully, we'll able to code it out also. Right. So the question says that once you had an undirected tree, so this is a tree-based question, right? Tree data structure question. So it says that once had an undirected tree with n nodes. So there is a tree given and we have n nodes is there. And to make the tree looks more interesting, you decided to design an arbitrary direction with each of n minus one edges, right? Next it says, as time goes by, you forget the structure of your tree. However, you found a note which recorded after the direction of each of edges you assigned, and however you reaches which is a node, can reach v star, which is another node u comma v, which is a vertices for all order pair of u comma v, which satisfies the condition which is one is less than or equals to u and u is less than or equals to v, no, v is less than or equals to n, right? Which is the condition to for the edges and for the vertices in the tree, right? Now we'll try to understand what exactly the question says. It says that you want to find out structure of the tree and direction of the edges from the information given by the node. We have to determine if there is a possible solution and construct ones. If there are multiple solutions, you only need to find one of them, right? There is a note given that for each directed graph, here we are going to work with the directed graph, right? We are going to work with the directed graph. So it says that each directed graph, we says x can reach y, which is and vertices x reach y vertices or node y, if and only if, which is if and only if there exists a substance or sequence of nodes as in u1, u2, u3 to uk, and such a way u1 is equals to x and uk is equals to y, which is initial and the uh, last node of the structure, right? And it says that for I started from the 2 to k, the directed is ui to 1 and ui to 1 and is that it says that ui exists, right? In a particular we can say that a node can always reach himself, so there is an also self loop will be there in the directed error, right? Okay, so or self loop, or there will be a root of directed edges that are if it is a tree, wait, if it is a tree, it says that it's a directed tree. How loop can find it? Loop, see, if it is a directed tree from this away, if there is a loop, then it will be the question of graph, na, rather than doing rather than a question of tree. So it's not a tree question, it is actually directed graph question, right? So what exactly the inputs are given to us? It says that each test case contains multiple test cases. Each test contains multiple cases, and for the first line contains number of the cases of the t, which are having the range from 1 to 10 to the power 4. Let me go with the so there is no such a way that I should work on in such a way. So I'll try to I hopefully will not be. There is no such a way for me given in the option that I can go in the setting and will go in the. I cannot change it while doing that. So we'll definitely change the orientation of next one. Hopefully. So okay. So for that question we were reaching it out. So the question says that for each test case contains multiple test cases, and the first line of test case is the number of t, which will be somewhere like 1 to 10 to the power 4 on the description of the test case. The first line of the test case is considered n, which is the total number of nodes in the tree we have, and following n lines n contains a string of si into si. I think I should go with the something somewhere like I'll delete this. I should delete this from this this page. I think I should delete this page, right? Move to press, move this pages into press out, and we'll move as one page for the current template. Hey, what? Okay, so I should also delete this, move to the trash, right? And move to the trash, this current page also, which I'm not initially I'm willing to have, and will import to the current page, current template. We'll have another current template, right? And this we'll import the image of fourth question, which is D question number D. And this will be somewhere like a better way to work on the question, because at least I'll be able to reach the question out. What is saying that Okay, so I cannot go with a question out. I cannot go with a question out. Alright, so can have this question. Oh, so there is no such way control Z. Okay, so I should go with a question as I will crop it. Can I crop this question? Okay, so I can crop this one. So I will crop it from here, crop this from here, and we'll crop half of the triangle, right? Half of the question will only question will be having in the first round, and then for the second round, we'll do try to work with the. Let's wait. What? I should delete it out, right? Or should have it and delete it this one. So for the first round, we'll try to work with a question only. Control Z, Control Z. We'll try to work with the question only, so we can have the question in the description part, right? So we can have the question, and we'll try to work with the question, which is height sidebar, which is I'm supposed to do it with the click wait, and we'll do it height window. Right, we'll open it out and we'll consider at an well, oh, that's what the only reason. But it's okay if we are able to write and understand a question well. So say that once you the direct, we had gone through the question and we were trying to understand what exactly the input part of the question is saying, right? How would the input part work? So it says that for each test case contains multiple test cases, and for the first line we have n lines contains Si minus Si, Si minus Si. What is Si here? The length of Si minus Si is the length of n, consists only 0 in 1, and jth character of Si is 1. Uh, Only and only if one I we can reach I to Z, we can reach I only if I can reach J after edge as directed, right? So from if we from node I to node J, if we can reach as there is a path exist, there will be one in the matrix as it will be zero. I say right, and it is guaranteed the sum of n cube overall test case does not exceed 500 to the power 3, right? What should be the output structure of the data as for each test case, output is yes if the solution exists. Otherwise, the we have to print as a no if the solution is not exist. If it is yes, the following line will output into the description as consider constructed as output, and minus one is line denoting the directed edge. And each line should contains two integer, which is x and y, denoting the after the edges are directed, and the director is x minus y exist if there are multiple selection or solution is printable, any of them, right? So this was the question that we were supposed to answer and we were supposed to know, right? And if we'll try to paste it out, we're supposed to control Z, and now we are supposed to have a part of answers or examples of the question. I will try to have uh some part which we can as a crop. So we'll try to crop from the example till the end, and we'll try to crop from here to and from this part also, right? So we are done with, and we'll try to have somewhere like this version of this, and we'll try to have it this way, right? It's okay, and we'll try to have examples. For the varies state that is for the input is said that we have somewhere 11 test cases, and for the first test case we have a value of n is equals to 4, and it is given our vertices a matrix adjacent matrix is 1 0 0 0. Then we have 1 1 1 1. Then we have 1 0 1 0. Then we have triple zero and 1, right? So it says that we have n value as in 4. So there are 4 nodes. So we'll try to draw the nodes also. 0, 1, 2, 3. Let's say it's A, B, C, T, right? We can have 4 nodes, which is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. It will do. That will be more easy for us to understand and uh, to get options during the write. So we'll do it as a noun. We'll intentionally name the nodes as in 0th node, 1th node, 2th node, and 3th node, right? It says that we have somewhere at its row value and its j value. So it's I and this is j. It's a 0, 1, 2, 3, 0, 1, 2, 3, right? This is the column, and this is the position of 0 0. This is the position of 0 1. This is the position of 0 2, and it's for the 0 3, right? So we can see that 0 0 is as have the one that we have a self loop in this 0th array or node. Then we have, or then we don't have any edges from 0 to 1, 0 to 2, and 0 to 3, right? No incoming edge in 0 array, 0 node. 0th node is there. Now we'll move to the next, which is I 1 0 1 0. No, it is 1 0, right? I and J we do, right? So for I and J we have 1 2. For we have 1 2. I'll do this. So we have 1 control Z. So we have from 1 to 0, and incoming edge we have 1 to 1 and self loop. Then we have 1 to 2 as an incoming edge, and we have 1 to 3 and edge, right? Connecting edge. Now for edges from node number 2, we have connected edge from 2 to 0. So we have a connected edge from 2 to 0. We have a connected edge. We don't have any connected edge from 0 to 1. And then we have a connected edge from 2. It's a 0 to, it's a 2 to 0, 2 to 1, and 2 to 2. So it have a 2 to 2. Then we don't have any connected edge with from 3 to 2 to 3. A node 3 have only self loop, right? So this is the node structure that this is the tree structure that we get after that we get after making the tree view from this first array, first input, sample input. And what exactly the explanation, okay, so what was the question that we are supposed to do? We have to, for each test case we have to find if the solution exists, right? What is the solution? The solution was once an undirected tree. Once you have an undirected tree with n nodes, wait, so that you once had an undirected tree with n nodes. To make tree look more interesting, you decided to assign arbitrary direction to each n minus 1 edge. Okay, so we had previously undirected a node, and now we are willing to convert it into a directed nodes, right? So the task is to convert undirected node to the directed node. And each as the time goes by, you forget the structure of a tree, we forget the structure of the tree, and now however you find node which recorded after the direction of the edges have been assigned, whether you can reach v star for all order pair of u comma v, which satisfy that one is less than u and v is less than n. You want to find out the structure of the tree and the direction of the edges from the information given by the node. Determine if it is possible to solution and construct one. It says that if it is possible, it is if it is possible and construct one. What if there are multiple solutions? You need to know only final. So what is something we are supposed to go? It says that once you had we had previously undirected tree and with n nodes, and we are supposed to make it an directed array. So what we are supposed to find it out? If there is an explanation of the question is given or not, and let me check it out. If any explanation given, I'm definitely willing to have the explanation part of it. So if there is an explanation is given, I want that explanation to know or say that the for the first case, node 1 and node 4 only reach themselves. Node 2 can reach every node, and node 3 can only reach 1 to 3. The construction edges satisfy this construction. What for the second test case there was no solution exist. Okay, so it says that the construction. Oh wait, what? No, okay, whatever. Okay, so we can say yes because the construction is possible. Hey, you can like it says that for each test case, if possible output is yes. For what it is yes, I'm unable to understand for what it is yes. The following constraints are string as the net n consist only 0 to 1. You have a 0 the current is the for each test case output yes is the solution exist. What is the solution exist for? Output element is line, second is two indices and the multiple line. First line is the test case is for the directed graph, which x can reach y, and only if there exists a sequence of nodes. So it says that you want to find out the structure of the tree and the direction of edges from information by given nodes. Determine if there is possible a solution to construct one if there is a multiple solution. Okay, so to reach each nodes, we can reach node 0 by 1, we can reach 0 node 2 by 1, we can reach node 3 by 1. So if as we can visit all those nodes, I think that was the reason that construction was possible. Let us try if construction why the construction was not possible for the second condition, which is given as an 1 1 1 1 0 1 1 1 0 0 1 0, and then we have, so we'll try directly to make notes. For the second condition we'll try to have green pen, right? So we have 0 1 2 and 3. From 0 we can reach 1, from 0 we can reach 2, right? From 0 we can reach 3. Say there must be a node must be reached to itself, right? A node has the ability to visit itself, right? There was must condition, right? So it says that you have a sign to take low, you can only, okay, once you enter that relation, the mega had to look more interesting. We decided to assign arbitrary direction for each element. And the time you goes and you forget the structure, arbitrary, you find the node, record the direction, and then is the sign. You can find you can reach each whether you can reach v star for all pairs of u comma v which satisfy u comma v, right? You want to find out the structure of the okay, for the each direction you can say. So a node can always read itself. The directed is u comma ui comma ui minus 1 to ui exist. For our directed, we can say x can reach y if and only if there exists a sequence of nodes. So u and okay. So we'll try to understand about how exactly it's saying. Next is for the next line, it says that for there was a for the next line there was a zero, which is there was no edge from 1 to 0, but for the 1 to all other edges, there were all edges. Okay, so control Z, they were all it would reach all nodes from 1. For 2, we can only reach 0, 1, 0, 1, 2. So there is only one self loop out there. And for 3, we cannot reach zeroth position. However, we can reach to 0. It is a self loop out there. It is also a self loop out there. We can reach 3 to 2. We can reach 3 to 1. We can reach 3 to 3 itself, right? Okay, so how there is no solution possible? I'm unable to understand. It says that yes, we can reach, yes, right? We can reach 2 and 3. What is 2 and 3? We can reach 2 to the 4. We can reach 3 to the 1. And for the second condition, there is no. Why it is no? Let's try to understand. And what is this 2 and 3? And so 2, 3, 2, 4, 3, 1. So it says therefore there was a 2, 3, 2, 4, and 2, 1, right? No, 3, 1 was the condition for the pair. What is this pair? R exactly. So there was a condition, as we can see here. It was for I from Z 2 to K, that directed is U minus I, UI minus 1 and UI exist. So say that UI minus 1 can reach U, right? UI, right? There was not U. It's UI exist. So if there is such an exist, so for 0, for 2, as it says that for the first this one for this one says that if we'll take it as in source node, so there it says that 2 commas from 2. If we take 2 as an S, so 2 minus 1, which is 1. From 1, we can reach 2 comma 3. Why it is 2 comma 3? From 2, we can reach, from 2, we cannot reach, from 2, we can reach to 0. From 0, we cannot reach anywhere. So how we can go with this? And there is no possible. Okay, so I think so for the few uncertain tested it. Well, I forgot. I even forget the concepts also. Okay, so it's perfectly fine. Definitely not fine, but I am unable to understand what are these concepts out there. Although I was trying to explain the points, but still nothing I'm able to get it. So yeah, and this was the question as I can explain. Now let's move to the next question. And next question हमारा है प्रॉब्लम नंबर D2. एंड जो प्रॉब्लम नंबर T2 है वो थोड़ा हार्ड वर्जन है of the same question. So hopefully we'll be able to understand this question from this way. Right, so प्रॉब्लम नंबर D2 is हमें सिर्फ 9 मिनट बचे हैं तो सॉल्व दिस इन दिस कॉन्टेस्ट सिर्फ 9 मिनट बचे हैं contest को end होने में. So we are supposed to we should try to solve this contest as to understand at least we'll be able to understand this question as soon as possible. So okay, we'll not do cut fit. So we'll try to add one more page, right? As in same current sample, and we'll try to import image, right, from files. And here, so can I cut or can I crop this image initially in my so I'll write text row, right? And we'll try to crop the image if it is possible for me to crop that image. there are lots of possibilities for me that I can do it. So I can, if I'll try to open it, right? So I'll open it, and as there is no edit possible, can I edit it? There's no edit possible. There was no edit possible. I don't know why I wanted to edit it. So if there, I can, if I can edit this, let me try to make one thing, which is to make one, make possible if I can do. So I'll take an this page, right? We'll go to the documentation and we'll do as an wide range of this one. So we'll the custom size, and we'll do it in 1080, and we'll do it in it's 1920, and save it, right? We'll import the image and we'll choose it from the image which was the problem, and we'll insert it out, and we'll try to maximize it, right? We cannot maximize the image, right? We cannot maximize. Why we are unable to maximize the image, but we'll try to crop the image out, right? So we'll try to control Z, and we'll try to crop the image. So we'll go with the format and go with the image section. We'll try to edit mask. So we'll try cropping this image if possible, right? And we'll try to crop this image out, right? And we'll done. We'll put it here in the center part, and we'll do with the border with of no fill, right? And we'll try to do the to it, keep it as in full view. So we'll try to put it into this hole, right? And we'll try to export this image, which is number 9, right? So we'll try to file export as an images, and we'll go with the PNG format, right? And it was the number of 9, and we'll save as a 9. Export with a transparent background, and hopefully we'll able to export it. So we'll write as in code forces D2, D2 question, right? It was a D2 question. I guess it was the D2 question. And we'll try to import that image and our good notes, if we can, if it is there is a possibilities of importing that image in the. So we'll try to import this image by this, and we'll try to import this image here with the code forces, and we'll import it. Hopefully we'll do not lose its qualities. What we lose is the quality actually. See, loses the quality. However, we get this into such a way, but we lose is the quality. What we were not interested. We were not willing to lose the quality of the image. So if we'll try to import this image here, right? So D2 question, and let's say, okay, and if we'll try to maximize it, it's this will in such a way, right? So it will be somewhere like look as in this, right? First, we'll try to crop the image. So we'll first try to crop this image, then we'll only try to minimize it. So first we'll try to crop the image, and to crop this image, we can have its version of this, right? This is actually important. So we can have this, right? And we've done it. And now our task is to make it good fit of maximizing if we'll be able to maximize it. So we can have its core forces starting and you can do a bit more, can have in such a way, right? And if we'll try to work on it, how far we can zoom it out, and there is we get the same quality as we previously was getting, right? So this was the question number two of the same question in the hard level, right? And there was only 5 minute, about 5 minutes were about to left. I think there was only 2 minutes left in the question, so 2 minutes बचे to solve this question out. We'll try to understand what exactly the question is saying. It says that a hard version of the question previously we have read it. So question says that once you had an undirected draw with any nodes, and we have to make tree look more interesting, we decided to assign an arbitrary direction to the each node, each n minus one node, right? Each n minus one edges, right? So what it says that we have decided to assign an arbitrary direction to each of the n minus edges. तो हर node के पास n minus one edges होंगी, and we decided to do it with an directional directed n minus one nodes only minimum. As the time passes, as the time goes, I forget to the structure of the tree, and however I find a node which recorded after the direction of edges has been assigned, and however you can reach, u is the node, u node reach to v star node, u star node. So see, it said that u is a previous node, which is zero kind node to zero star for all order pair u comma v, right? No, it says that, wait, it is actually saying that you can reach v, u vertices can reach v vertices, you can reach v pair of u comma v which satisfy u is less than or equals to 1 and v is less than or equals to n, right? And it says that you want to find out the structure of the tree. You want to find out the structure of the tree. So exactly what our task is to find out the structure of the tree and the direction of the edges from information given to the by the nodes. So information given in the test cases, we are supposed to find out the structure of the given tree, the structure of the tree and the direction of the tree, right? And determine if possible, if there is a possible solution and construct one. What does it mean? I didn't I wasn't able to understand this line, what exactly is this line is saying, and for what determine if there is a solution exists and construct one. So it's saying that if there is a solution exists, which I don't know for what the solution exists, and construct one. We it says that the solution we construct a tree we are desiring for. If there is a possibility to construct a tree according to the according to the note that we have decided, right? We have given, if there are multiple solution, if we can make multiple graphs or multiple trees, then we are supposed to then only one is one is the answer of the question. I really don't understand the question. How people are solving this question. A number of people. Let me tell you. Let me see you. Let me show you. The coding phase is has been completed. Let me show you how many people solve this question. All right. So I'm going to refresh it, and there will be numerous people who have been solved this question, right? So this problem, I didn't even reach the problem when I e, and people have solved numerous questions, right? So the question number, the problems people solved, or see people have solved these. See, it says that the very first question which I was able to code, 12,770 लोगों ने पहला क्वेश्चन सॉल्व किया है. People have solved the question, and we can see here, these pre-test has been passed in the rating, and when they have people solve in Python 346 microseconds में question solve किया, and I wasn't even able to understand what exactly the question is like. That's a condition for me, and it's a very good. 86 people मैं जो question सिर्फ explain कर रही थी, सिर्फ understand कर रही थी what exactly the question is. I was trying to understand by explaining by you to me, and also uh, I wasn't even able to read the question number E, right? And लोगों ने 86 peoples ने question number 6 attempt किया है. See the how fast people are, and I'm even not a coding background में होने के बाद मुझे coding नहीं आती है. So I have to beat these 12, not beat, but मुझे इस 86 लोगों के बीच में next 3 months में आना है, and मुझे चाहे जितनी भी क्वेश्चन कोडिंग करनी पड़े, I will do. जितने भी YouTube tutorial find करने पड़े, I will do. I will go through those tutorials, coding and everything. I will complete the DSA for the next, जितने टाइम में करना पड़ेगा करूँगी, but मुझे next 90 days में is the E part को complete करना है, right? I will do Upsolve, right? I will reach its explanation and everything. I'm writing it in my consistency, because जब तक मैं ये कर नहीं पाऊंगी तब तक definitely there is a difficulty for me to get a job. मैं खुद को मुझे नहीं आता, नहीं मुझे आता नहीं तो job को क्यों देगा? So it's a really a disappointing part of me. So I'll write it, and this. Okay, so in next context, next 90 days, I should be able to what is this? I should be able to solve uh which is problem numbers problem from A to E correctly, not even if correctly, at least be able to understand and code, understand the problem, and able to find what is what technique will be used to solve these problems, and at least one attempt with full understanding of the question. And this is happened because the code forces, which is 14 March, wasn't to wasn't able to attempt code even a single question, right? So in next 90 days I have to do this as much as possible, because मुझे 15 LP 16 LP की job चाहिए, and which is if I'm not able to write the code for a contest for all the questions, how will I be able to have the clarity or the confidence that confirmation that I will be able to solve the questions for next all the questions that I've given in my uh, hiring process, right? So this was the this was a problem, and I think I should not. I don't have words to explain this question exam to you. It's really disappointing. I am really disappointed person from now for now. Hopefully in future I will be able to do this. When I've been trying to do BTech for from 2015, I am doing CSE. First I was in Polytechnic and then I was in BTech. Still I'm not able to do a tough question. Still I'm not able to code, which is really disappointing. Really, really disappointing part of it. And I can, when a person, this is obvious now why I'm not able to give the results, right? So something is, and I'm supposed to, no, I am supposed to, I'm sharing it, so I'm supposed to delete this, remove this sharing. I will remove this screen because I'm supposed to remove this capture, image capture, this screen capture I should remove, and I'll go with an here I'll go with this part of this, and when it was 9 p.m. around 4, 6, 9, whatever. Let me see here if I was able to travel in audience, which is the, I think I can say anything. Definitely, although customization comes without, right? First, I'll eat something, then we'll sit for the solving questions. More. What do you? Sorry. फर्स्ट ईयर की बुक है यार वो ये फर्स्ट ईयर की सेट वगैरह जो होता है मैथमेटिक्स में So the set, very first unit is a set, and it's about set flag it out, right? Say the flag it out, and we'll try to understand. Okay, the very first unit of the chapter is the very first unit of the book is set, right? Mathematic unit, chapter for the mathematics for the 11th. As a set is known as a set is a known fact. Set is a well-known fact that any attempt to define set as always lead a mathematician to unsurmountable unsurmountable difficulties. For example, suppose one defined term, a set as well-defined collection of objects. One may ask, what is the mean by the collection? If the answer of a collection is aggregate objects or things, then what is aggregate? Perhaps then one may say aggregate is a class of things. Now we have again question, what is class then? Now one may define class as a collection. In this manner, question after question, since our language is finite, we find some after some point that we use some words which are already questioned, right? Mhm. Which is already questioned. The definition thus becomes circular and worthless. Thus, mathematician realizes that there must be a undefined which we call primitive terms. This chapter will start with two undefined or primitive terms, which is imment and set. We assume that the word set is anonymous with word collection aggregator class and is comprises of the element. The word element, object, or element are the synonyms, right? Says that if A is an element of set A, so we can write if A belongs to small a belongs to capital A, right? A small, or we can say small a is in A, or we can say small a is a member of capital A. If A does not belongs to A, then we write A does not belongs to A. It assumed here that if A is a any set and small a is any element, then either small a will belongs to A or it will not belong to A. There are only two possibilities, right? And these two possibilities are mutually exclusive. Thus, one cannot say consider set A of some positive integers because it is not sure whether 3 belongs to A or 3 is not belongs to A, right? Throughout this chapter, we'll shall denote set by capital alphabet, just capital A, capital B, right? With Z, whereas the element or member by small alphabets. We say illustration one as in the collection of vowel in the English alphabet. And this set contains five elements, namely small a, small b, small e, small I, small o, and small u. Example number two is collection of first of five prime numbers containing elements of 2, 3, 5, 7, and 11. The next example is the collection of five states in the Indian Union. Set is a set. Next, we can say collection of past presidents in the Indian Union is also a set. And when with the next example, we can say the collection of cricketers in the world who were out for 99 runs in the test matches is a set also. And next example, we can say a collection of good players in India is not a set. If we cannot say which player is good, which player is not good, since the term good player is vague and it's not well defined, right? Vague, okay, it's a vague, not vague. So next example is the previous example that we gone through was collection of good cricket players, which is अगर कोई हमसे कहे कि अच्छे क्रिकेट खेलने वाले लोग, सो ये हमारा सेट नहीं होगा बिकॉज देयर इज नो वी कैन नॉट से कि कौन सा प्लेयर अच्छा है कौन सा प्लेयर नहीं अच्छा है एंड देयर इज नो सच डेफिनेशन फॉर बस इट इज नॉट अ वेल डिफाइंड टर्म if it is also given in the definition that what exactly we call a cricketer as a good cricketer or a cricketer is a bad cricketer or not good cricketer, then only we can say that it's a different, it's a collection of good cricketer, right? So similarly, the collection of good teachers in the school is not a set. However, collection of all teachers in the school is also is a set, right? So in the first chapter of 11th mathematics RD Sharma book, we have frequently have the interaction with some sets. So you reserve some letter for these sets as in capital N is a set of natural numbers. Capital Z is a set of all integers. I don't know what it is written. All integers maybe. Z is a set of integers. Z plus is a set of all positive integers. Whereas Q is a set of all rational numbers. Q plus is a set of all positive rational numbers, and R is a set of all real numbers. R is simultaneously we previously had Z minus is a set of negative integers. R minus is a set of all positive real negative real numbers, and all positive plus is a positive all real numbers. R is a set of real numbers. Q minus is a set of all negative rational numbers. And C is a set of all complex numbers, right? Now we get an exercise on the basis of that one page definitions that were given. And the question is, what is the difference between collection and a set? Given reason, what do you answer? What is the difference between collection and a set? I should have the answer because I read it. Now, this is, we can say, set is a primitive number element, primitive word or element or term, which we are not going to write primitive word, whereas collection is somewhere we can say synonym of set or as a not primitive number, primitive term. Hmm. Okay, next question is if you know what exactly the difference between collection and set, can you let me know? And reason to support your answer also. Next question is which of the following are which of the following collections are set? Justify your answer. Hmm. Next question is collection of all natural numbers less than 50 is a set. Collection of good hockey players in India. The definition of good is vague and is not well defined. That's why it's not a set. Collection of collection of all girls in your class is a set. Collection of most talented writer in India is not a set because the most talented is not a term which is well defined. Okay. Next we have term as in collection of difficult topics in mathematics is also not well defined because difficulties of mathematics topics vary person to person. And next is collection of all months in a year beginning with a J is a collected set. Collection of novels by Manushi Premchand as a set. Collection of all chapters in this all questions in this chapter is a set. Collection of most dangerous animal in the world is not a set. And collection of okay. Oh yeah, collection, answer is given there. Collection of all the question in this chapter is a set. Collection of most dangerous element is not set. And next question is given if A is a set from 0 to 10, then insert the appropriate symbol belongs to or not belongs to in the following spaces. 4 belongs to A, minus 4 is not belong does not belongs to A, 12 does not belong to A, 9 belongs to A, 0 belongs to A, whereas minus 2 is not does not belong to A. Now our answer is every set is a collection, but every collection is not necessarily a set. Only well-defined collections are set. For example, a good group of good players are not collection, but collection, but not a set, right? Now, description of a set. A set is often described in a following two form. Sorry. If I'm visible, if I'm audible or not, let me check it out. Yeah, that's a point. If I will not be audible from my to myself, then how I will be audible to the when I will reach out my own. videos. So connected with my this This is the last time I'm trying it. And hopefully I'll be able to start my career within 3 months. If I was you, I would not be sure. Okay, so let me put it skin. On to the Christian cities and the path that we got. Hey, just don't do this. You're my mountain. Yeah. जी यार बब्बे खिया खिया ये मेरा ये खत्म हो गया स्टिच घुमा दिया पहले से निकलना नहीं बच्चे ठीक है हमें फर्स्ट why so this is also very display for the program why so really the people feel lucky if an IIT approaches the them right I don't know why if they've been approached by an IIT. What is this lucky turning point? They approach everyone them they can be. So is it means with people whom I am asking to refer me or also the people who get to show that I was being asked by this person to help, right? Yeah, people show that they don't care and it's not worthy for them, but they actually been pleased. They actually feel good. Like you are not supposed to give them such an opportunity and such a power to make happy or to be happy or doing something. I I had to ask mate for time. If I was you, I would not be made true. Would not be made true. And if I was you, I would not be made true. If I was you, this is you can see if I was you. I will not be me. Hoo, hoo, hoo. If I was you, I wouldn't be too I wouldn't be too. If I was you, I wouldn't be too. If I was you, I wouldn't be too. I was something too. Something too. If I was you, I wouldn't too. Train the toll. We can have the power. This is the last time and I can move this out and say in the count of uh, if I- simply means you that social disgusting person that I don't want to be you even if I'm you. So if I was you, I want a match. Sure, if I was you, not a match. If a person can choose him by or any condition, you should not let them to stand at any condition of choosing them. If they have shame, it probably that they will never choose you to be them. While you are referring them, giving them power to be them. However, as you eliminate the mental, so do not give the power to anyone. Be if I was you, I wouldn't to if I was you, I wouldn't to if you wouldn't to okay, should definitely that yeah. Not a logical conclusion can be the teams. If I was you, I would not be made to rebels. Even if they made a true, even if they made to, even if they made to, I will do to. She is saying it to completely if people will see from my baby too. If she was yours, we need to come about one successful game as no time limit. But as I said, I want to be a successful builder. If I'll get, I will lead if I'll be able to top it. Check. If I was you, I wouldn't have made sure. If I was you, I wouldn't have made. So if I was you, I wouldn't be made to choose yourself as rather than choosing anyone for who you are. But the very isolation you have to pick yourself for love. You are the woman who can keep yourself up. So keep yourself as up as possible. Be your own, the one who gives you money, who gives you the best, who gives you the right, who the way around, who the way forward, who the hardest survival around. If I was you, I wanna be you. If I was you, I wanna be you. You want the meat or the sausage? Or the meat or the sausage? I get meat. Now, this time I need to have cheese. I get it. Now I require to more than half of, so I will remove it. So I require carrot because I do not have carrot, but I can have this one, which is this, right? And this time I will require pea. If before 11, 40, 40, 40, 40, 40, 11, 40, I'll be able to do one successful attempt. Before 11, which means if this attempt should be ended before, next attempt should be ended before 11. If I was you, I would never move it. If I was you, I would never move it. If there is a sin that can change. Can you tell me where you were? You were damn too famous to handle around your own. People can you the kind words so ever you're doing the work, you work you work a lot, you grow a lot, you have to work to grow a lot. I hope you understand the vibe you share, the vibe, the life you get, the life you want. You have to work, you have to work, you get the life. The life has every inclination as the directly proportional to you can if your people are in the support of you, there is the chance of the feeling. If people will the support you from you, you can only win. If the people you trust are in the supporting from you, so we bring the trust of the people when you surrounding, when you see the mercy that is folding in the form of the success that you were getting to knock ahead. You, you were the reason Why you for blue? You should be the reason of growing your son, of growing and growing, of growing your sons. You are the one you can pretend that I'm not doing that I'm not doing. I can pretend I can pretend that I'm afraid is looking good. I can chill, get everything is looking good. I can chill, get everything is looking good. I can chill, get everything is looking good. Let me check your position. Who has the ending of the big one? You were working with me. The people you're working got so much attention as we go. Let me ask if I can move to next the people. Oh no, I'm this is the one I think I want from you. If you can help me, please. And barbecue, I made both of the one of them not can get it to finish. If I can get it, baby, I can. We can better me. What do you think? With the shovel. और कुछ चाहिए 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 double चाहिए double चाहिए appreciation cheese I need cheese please I need cheese. I think we got the point, and it was 41. I was not being able to complete the within the 40. And now I'm going to erase it out. Hey, see, So I was playing the game. I think I should not play. I should focus. Shut up. This is going to last. Play out. Definitely. Then I will move with my studies. Studies, not studies. People are getting or giving referrals. I'm not even they. Yes, me. What am I going to do? Please should know that. And again, hey, person is watching. Watching. Maybe watching. No, they're different. Sugar. ये कौन सा मेरे पापा पता नहीं क्या रहे हो या फिर वीडियो गेम खेल रहे हो like previously, I was able to complete this task, but I think I can do it again. But try to what? Try again. I'm not going to use your card. Huh? मैं तेरे साथ छूं I need barbecue, so I'll ask for the barbecue. And definitely, I was assuring you, my brother is watching it, and he is going to cut my legs. I well, why and what? All of it. So okay, this is the last round I'm going to play this. Then I'll definitely go forward. I have to do numerous tasks. It's definitely required for me. And in the period of for the next 6 hours, I will be good. Okay. समय की बात है ये so I have to be in the place where I'm okay. I know one of my friend asked to give him no, not him, them. There was a girl and a boy combination of my friends, right? They asked that they will offer me only if I share my whole 1 month salary with them. And you tell me, how is it? How is it valid? How you will validate this point? So I'm willing to write this point. I will, and this LinkedIn because it is something I really want to share. Right. So I'm willing to share and I will share. I'm here. I'm sharing the whole context of the story. So I was talking. I called one of my friend Mashika. Here I will write the name, but वहाँ मैंने नाम change कर देंगे. So I called one of my friend Mashika, right, to know how she is doing and if मैंने उसका LinkedIn refer किया. So I thought that she is doing job, Dubai-based company, IT company as an human resource, right? So I said कि कहाँ हो, क्या कर रहे हो, and everything. So she replied accordingly, घर में हूँ, I'm doing well, मेरी तबीयत खराब थी and everything. And then I asked if he can give me any referral. You are in the contact of numerous people out there. We know, right? So उनमें से तुम किसी को जानती हो, and if you can refer me in any of the organization, right? So she said कि रुक जाओ मैं बात करती हूँ, and I was waiting like so definitely ऐसा नहीं that she didn't call me. She called me and was get in touch with me. If I can get cheese, right? So she text me and उसने call किया, right? And there was a person जिसने अपनी खुद की कंपनी बनाई है, and he's one of my polytechnic friends. So what he said that he will refer me in an organization or any organization, right? But he will charge me as I have to give my whole first month salary, right? And you know, I was shocked if they were to help I get you. Right. So she asked me that uh, I said that if you want my first, like, how can a person share the whole? How can you ask to even when the person who is asking, I was just asking for a referral if I can get, right? I was not asking them to hire me in their company. And that was too ridiculous. I find it too bad. I find it in such a way that if if I do that, like, if my own friends are asking me, and he also said that this industry works in such the same way. You have to pay if you want to, uh, if you are willing for the connections or for any of opportunities offered in the in IT industry, right? And it was really something a bad, you can say a bad experience that after then after that day I wasn't able to ask. I didn't have words to ask anyone to if they can help me with any of the references, any of their references. Well, I was totally, shocked in the sort of situation. If such things are actually, if my own friends can say without hesitation that you have to pay your own salary rather than I have to give the interview. It's not that कि मैं interview नहीं देना पड़ेगा मेरे को. it will require for me. Interview will be the situation. Interview will be something that interview will be something which is required, right? And something it sounds really creepy that even your own friends will be what like I was on the middle of जहाँ मेरे खुद के फ्रेंड्स वर मेरे खुद की फैमिली वाज to pressurizing me to marry and everyone out there was forcing me to end my life as it was somewhere like they were not forcing you to do some such a specific task but they are forcing you to end your life so that they can get rid of you, right? But it looks like even if it is not, it sounds like they are saying that in your life so that we can live freely. And this is the pressure where lots of people even do suicide. I was I was able to I was able to hold myself back. I was forcing myself to not attempt attempt any such you know action. Uh, yeah, that was the story which I could tell you the most. And I don't know why I'm still alive when I'm for a daily basis on a daily basis I'm getting too much time in the plans for not getting successful for doing all the tasks that they are forcing me to do. I never start things for not getting the path they are what they are providing me to go with uh, and in such a way as only your friends are there whom you feel like this person will not let you feel down. This will help you the way he can nurse you. But when it's in that they also are the one who are willing to make the situation I mean make money from the situation that that big thing then seems like you failed as a friend to people were not there for you, not only for sympathy, they were there for only reason at the time. So it's so empathy, right? Didn't know what to do, what to say, what to go with. I don't know how to focus. I've always been there and uh, you know, forced to trust that it's not normal to do things with me, not normal person. But my surrounding. Although I always been shy to represent how my way of not but it's not something we are human. Uh, society goes away to our belief, our trust. Most of the dominant thought are made by a surrounding what people tell us to makes us to believe what people force us to believe that we are the person. And you know why there are lots of people in our society who are willingly trying to force suppose them to not exist as if they are getting points to force or advise them to end their life. I don't know why people are doing such, yeah, such actions. Just do your work if you are not unable to do. Just why when you are trying to be the one who was forcing someone to end their life? Can't you see that the person is already in a trauma? Is trying to work on themselves. You are the one, necessity one, putting burden on them of being the selflessness, being could be selfness, or could be most humble person in the surrounding. Like, in total, you are not, you are someone who is forcing the person to be not fear that gives them, at least if I'll ask for the garden, if they can. It's, uh, 20 probably. 12 a.m., right? And after completing this one game, I will start today's working or learning so that I can get maximum output from it. And my goal is to complete this task as well as listen to Carrot, cat, अरे यार Okay, so it's done. And I'm going to I'm going to delete this account and will not use it. Right? So this is something last which supposed to play. I will delete this app forever with the account deletion process. Or may not in that. Or may not rather than account delete process, but it will delete it for me. Or maybe with delete account process. See too much. So I will try for once again, one more, and if there will no people will be there, I will instantly delete it. Okay, I should play this again and I think I lose it now all the time. And this is the last time after I'm going for the decision. So, what is the ISRO hi? So, if you want to be in an Indian space research organization of the BTech entry level post is scientist or engineer B. And the pay scale is 10, starting salary is 15,100 a month. And scientists go with the SC, ST, SE. What is it? Right. So the very first thing is post of graduate. Okay. So it should be, they should be, they should pay. Okay, they should pay the brain. What the grain, 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 grain. I'm gonna challenge him. I'm going to left. That's already. And 15 people are going to my profile and I'm going to account activity and will delete my account, right? I'm not going back for this account again and ever. So other reason delete. Let's submit the request, continue, and this will be deleted. And I'm going to uninstall it to uninstall and this